of them was Mr. Wimple to me. Too big in the...
There we go. Drop them shooting irons, you varmints. It's Sheriff McGee talking to you. Drop them weapons, I tell you. I'm the law in these parts, and I am...
Heavenly days. That was a real bullet, McGee. They broke the bonton window.
Holy shit. Well, what the Sam hitting down south?
Oh, no, license plate. It's a clean getaway.
Hey, who thought up this dumb stunt anyway?
My name is McGee. The little twerp that plays the sheriff.
Why the
Hey, come on, Molly. Come on, Molly. Let's get out of here. I'm going to get home and form a possum.
You mean a posse?
No, possum. I'm going to play dead for a few.
I've been telling women about the wax method of housekeeping for many years, so when I visit a home, I naturally look to see if it's wax protected. It doesn't take an expert to tell either. There's an unusual charm, a certain lustrous, mellow beauty about a waxed home that seems, the minute you enter it, to sing out, I'm wax polished, I'm sparkling, and I'm proud of it. All through the home, floors gleam with a shining cleanliness. Tabletops, chairs, woodwork, when Johnson Wax, have a lovely satin smooth luster that adds tremendously to their natural beauty. Ornaments, picture frames, and other accessories are richer looking. Fact is, that invisible protective film of Johnson's Wax, plus tasteful arranging, can make the difference between a lovely, bright, and shining home and an ordinary run-of-the-mill one. And besides the beauty it gives, that tough, shining film of Johnson's Wax is mighty important because it protects lovely surfaces against wear, dirt, and spilled things. Make your home a lovelier place to live in with Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Did you hear what happened after the robbery?
No, I've been afraid to even stick my head out the door far enough to get the evening paper. What happened?
Well, the Sweetie Face found Mr. Wimple and Mr. Toops tied up in Wimple's garage.
Yeah?
They told her what happened, and she chased the robbers on her motorcycle and caught them at the county line.
Ooh, did she bring them back?
Yeah, but not alive.
You mean Sweetie Face? Oh, but that's murder. She can't do that. Taking the law into her own hands like that, why, that's terrible.
That's McGee.
Huh?
McGee, don't get so excited. It's just a radio show.
Oh. Oh, is that what it was? Good night.
Good night, all.
Which Way They Go, sung by the King's Men, was written by Terry Butkin. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly, aided and abetted by Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and yours truly, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. In the recent nationwide popularity poll among 1,091 radio editors conducted by Radio Daily, the award for the most popular commercial radio program went to Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and all of us are very proud of this honor, and we particularly like that word, commercial. Because during the many years Fibber McGee and Molly have been on the air, we've done our best to play fair with the radio audience in our advertising. We've tried to make no extravagant claims, limiting our statements to provable facts, which the users of Johnson's Wax products could easily demonstrate to themselves. We're proud and happy that both the entertainment we offer and the product we sell have received such warm approval in your homes. When Mrs. Molly Driscoll McGee of 79 Wistful Vista gives a card party, it's not one of your catch-as-catch-can, throw your coat in the corner and deal affairs. It's a matter of flowers on the mantel, candy on the table, and shoes on the husband. And here, getting ready for the occasion, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, my goodness, McGee, I haven't given a party for so long, I'm as nervous as a cow in the deer hunting season.
Calm down now, baby, calm down. Everything's under control, I think. In a thing like this, there's only one thing you got to worry about.
What's that?
If it's table stakes and you're running low, buy your new stack before the deal. Because when you got plenty of
What
chips...
are you talking about? We're not using chips.
What do you mean we're not using chips? How can you play poker without chips? If you use matches and 4 people at the table are smoking, you always end up...
Yeah, but we're not playing poker. We're playing bridge.
You're kidding, aren't you?
I am not. If I wanted a poker party, I'd rent the back room of Joe's Tavern.
Oh.
This is a bridge party for ladies and gentlemen, of whom, fortunately, we know just about enough for 2 tables.
Oh, but bridge. My gosh, what a dull game. I don't even believe I even remember enough about it to play it either.
Well, it's quite simple, dearie.
Huh?
All you do is wait till your partner says 2 clubs,
Uh-huh.
and then you say 7 no trumps,
Mm-hmm.
and 2 days later they find your body floating down the river. And do you know who's coming?
Who?
Miss Cordelia Blakewell Butler herself.
No, you mean...
Miss Cordelia Blakewell Butler, society editor of the Wistful Vista Gazette.
Well, my word.
And believe me, dear lad, getting Cordelia to come to your party is like getting the royal family to high tea at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, gee, that's great, but I still think poker would be a much better game.
Oh, I wonder who that is. It's a little early for the guests to arrive. Come in. Oh, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in, Mrs. Carstairs.
Thank you, my dear. Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsty. I understand you're one of the unfortunate victims selected for our little slaughter tonight. Better bring your checkbook and a fright wig.
Please don't worry about me, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Here, Mrs. McGee, is the sandwich peg you wanted to borrow.
Oh, thank you so much, Millicent. You know, himself here wanted to play poker tonight instead of bridge. But what with the society editor of the Gazette...
What? Cordelia Blakewell Butler? Oh, my dear, I congratulate you. She almost never attends social functions except in the most exclusive circles.
Well, I'll spike her root beer and she can run around in one of her own. Hey, I'll cut the deck with you, high man, for 50 cents.
Oh, very well, Mr. McGee. Oh, and my dear, if there's anything more I can do to help out with your party, I'll be only too happy to... King of Hearts, Mr. McGee, to assist.
Dad rat, 4 diamonds. I owe you 50 cents. Let's do it again.
Thank you, Millicent, but I think everything is under control now.
If Marie, my upstairs maid, can help you with serving, Queen of Spades, Mr. McGee, I'm sure she'll be glad to come
I'll
over.
run at the 5 of clubs. I owe you $1. Cut him again, kiddo.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Carstairs, but I don't think my guests will be spending much time upstairs.
Oh, well, with Marie, you can't tell, my dear. Since we've had her, my husband even runs upstairs to check the furnace. Ace of diamonds, Mr. McGee.
Well, I'll be a 6 of hearts, and I owe you $1.50. Once more, double or nothing, Millie.
Now, don't hesitate to call me if I can do anything, my dear. And please tell Miss Butler that I spell my name with an S. Carstairs. Tray of spades, Mr. McGee.
Now I got you. No, I haven't either. Deuce of diamonds. You gotta go, Carsty.
Yes, I have a hair appointment. Good day, my dear.
And thank you for the sandwich tray, Millicent.
Here's your $3, Lucky.
Lucky, Mr. McGee? I think you will find all your opponents have the same sort of luck. Until you learn to shuffle the deck so that the cards can't be read like 24-sheet posters. Good day.
Why, that old sharpshooter. She took advantage of my clumsiness. That's what she took advantage of my. Well,
Stop pouting, Pigeon. You brought it on yourself.
gee whiz.
Well, now, let me see. I think maybe another bowl of peanuts on the side table there and a couple of more ashtrays on the...
Come in.
Hello there, kids.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Happened to be in the drugstore, daughter, and Kramer says you'd ordered some ice cream, and I told him I'd skip over here with it. Here you are, both kinds.
We only ordered one kind, old-timer.
Well, keep the kind you want, kids. I'll take the other one back.
What 2 kinds did Mr. Kramer send?
Tutti and fruity.
Huh?
If you want the fruity, I'll return the tutti. Or if you want the tutti, I'll take back the fruity.
Never. keep both of them. Hey, tell me something.
Certainly, Johnny. Tell you anything you want to know, except why there are more monkeys' uncles than there are monkeys. That's one of the great mysteries.
No. You know, I think what he really wants to know, Mr. Old-Timer, is just what is your real name?
Yeah. Old-timer's not only pretty corny, it's clumsy.
Well, kids, I kind of hoped it would never come to this.
Hmm?
Well, why don't you just call me number 28 or Danny K or Hey You or something?
Why, you ashamed of your name?
Well, no, not exactly, daughter, but just never seemed to fit me somehow.
Oh.
Confidentially, my name is Rupert.
Rupert? My God.
Rupert.
Yep, Rupert Blasingame.
Oh.
I'll give you $5 apiece to forget it.
You don't have to do that, Rupert. Matter of fact, I kind of like it.
Very aristocratic, Mr. Blasingame.
Personally, kids, I like what they called me in the CBs better.
What was that, if it's fit for my wife's ears?
Oh, yes. In the CBs, I was known as serial number 748567982-J. Little hard to use in a conversation, but it's... Hey, what time is it?
Oh, it's about 1:30.
Gee willikers, I gotta get going, kids. I gotta be at the tattoo parlor in 10 minutes.
You mean you're getting tattooed?
Nope, getting untattooed, daughter. Some of my artwork has got to be toned down a little for a civilian life. There's a hula dancer on my left shoulder that don't know it yet, but by tomorrow morning, she's going to be a pilgrim father.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and aren't you glad you're you?
Doggone it, Molly, I don't know why you had to ask the society editor of the Gazette over here tonight. That's spoiled.
Well, now, dearie, it won't hurt any of us to use our manners for one evening.
Oh, well, shucks.
Personally, I'm rather going to enjoy a party here that doesn't wind up with people squirting seltzer water at each other. See, McGee did... Oh, dear, and I haven't even had time to dress yet. Come in. Hello, Dr. Gamble. Aren't you a little early? Party isn't for 2 hours yet.
I know, but I thought you might need some extra score pads, Molly.
Hi, Doc.
Hi, Fibber. Happen to have some lying around, thought I'd bring them over.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Everything going smoothly, Molly?
Yes, I think everything's under control, Doctor.
Hi, Doc.
Hi.
Did I, Doctor, did I tell you that Cordelia Blakewell Butler is coming?
Great Scott, you mean the society editor of the Gazette?
Yes. Do you know her personally, Doctor?
Yes, I do. Though professionally it'd be a more accurate term, as I first met her due to a rather painful injury.
What'd she do, Capsule Happy? Get run down by a typewriter carriage?
Well, it's a matter of public record, so I guess I can tell you.
Hi, Doc.
On one of the rare occasions... Hi. On one of the rare occasions when she went out socially, coming home late at night, she got her heel caught in a streetcar track.
Oh, how terrible. Was she badly hurt?
Oh, not a bit. But I had to treat him for a torn ligament. He tried to get her to pay my bill. Who tried to get her to... The chap that was with her. The heel that caught in the car track.
But what does Miss Butler look like, Doctor?
Well, I'd say she was about 5'4", brown hair, with incipient alopecia areata due to a childhood attack of typhoid, blue eyes, inclined to acute myopia, an almost undetectable congenital malformation of the phalanges, third digit of the dexter-pedal extremity, an unobtrusive papilloma on the left inferior maxillary, and a bit underweight, due, I think, to hyperthyroidism. Really a very attractive woman.
Yeah. She sounds like a Powers model who's lost most of her powers.
McGee, I was merely being accurate. Beauty to me is a matter of circulation, muscle tone, and a willingness to pay my fee at the end of the month.
Well, I'd still like to know more about Miss Butler, Doctor. Is she very ritzy?
Do I have to take off my coat and spread it on the floor so she can cross a spilled drink?
If you'd get something in the house besides root beer, Blue Nose, people wouldn't spill their drinks, they'd drink them. See you shortly.
Heavenly days, I hope nobody ever asks Dr. Gamble what I look like.
If they do, just tell them what he looks like. That'd be about as dirty a revenge as you could get.
Well, now, this isn't getting ready for the party, McGee. And I want everything to go perfectly tonight. I want my friends to know I can host to something larger than a chili con carne fracas after a 40-cent movie.
You'll do okay, Snooky. You'll do okay. When this jamboree hits the society page, Eli Culbertson is going to wonder why we're snubbing him.
Well, I do hope everything...
Hello, folks. Well, here's the card table you wanted to borrow, Molly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, much obliged, Junior. It's going to be a shame to win your paycheck away from you on your own card table.
Well, that's life, pal.
Yeah.
Hey, look, could you spare a man a glass of water?
I'd do better than that, Junie. Come on out in the kitchen. Give you a little sample of what we're going to give the guests tonight.
Yeah?
I picked up a case of genuine pre-war root beer.
No.
The kind with sugar in it.
What?
Cost me $3.25. Want a wee Doc and Doris?
You keep Doc. Just give me a little Doris. Remember, I've got to drive home.
Well, here's the opener, McGee.
Thanks.
Oh, I'll hate that sound till we can get a new set of tires.
Drink hearty, Junior.
Righto. Ah, say, that's the real stuff, Mac.
You betcha.
I don't believe I ever... Hey, watch it. You're spilling root beer on the floor.
Oh, take it easy, Junior. My gosh, I got glow coat on this linoleum. You know that. Don't you know by this time that glow coat puts a tough film over the linoleum that protects it against dirt and spilled stuff? My gosh, don't you read?
Yes, but gee,
My goodness, Mr. Wilcox. That's nothing to worry about. I just glow coated that floor this morning for the party. Just poured some glow coat on it and spread it around.
Yes, but what that got to do with...
It's about time that you learned that a linoleum floor never has a party hangover the morning after, if it's been glow-coated the morning before.
Certainly.
Well,
what?
well, gee, I hope we have this much fun tonight. See you later, folks.
Hey, what happened there, anyhow? I'm so used to that guy spouting about Johnson's self-polishing glow-coat that... Oh, well, that's one time we didn't have to listen to him popping off about it anyhow.
Yeah, you certainly showed him.
Sure did.
Well, come on in the living room now, dearie, and help me.
Come in.
Hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Molly. Good day, McGee. Here are the extra ashtrays you wanted to borrow for your card party, Molly.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, much obliged, Latriv. You know who's going to be here tonight? Now toss your hair back so you'll have room to raise your eyebrows.
For G.J. Blakewell Butler, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, that's splendid. It'll be nice to see her again.
Oh, you acquainted personally with this Butler beetle, Latriv?
Well, I have met her, McGee. Rather a charming person, really. She went to college with my sister. Got her bachelor's degree same year.
Her what, Mr. Mayor?
Her bachelor's degree.
Gee, that's tough, Latriv. What if she changes her mind and wants to get married?
What's that got to do with it? She can still get married.
With a bachelor's degree?
Take it easy there now, Latrivia. As a college man yourself, you know you can't practice law with a medical degree.
Of course not, but a bachelor's degree
And if
is...
your college makes you a bachelor, that's legal, isn't it?
Naturally, it's legal, but you don't see...
So, if you're legally a bachelor and then you get married, that's illegal, isn't it?
No, it is not. The legality of the matter is not...
Now, just a darn minute there, Latrivia. By George, I'm pretty liberal in my views. But when a city official advocates tearing down our school system...
I advocated no such thing, McGee. And you know it. The mere fact that a person gets a bachelor's degree does not prevent him or her from getting married.
But if they do get married, they have to tear up their bachelor's degree, don't they?
No, they do not. Oh. My sister is married and has 3 children, and her bachelor's degree hangs on the wall of her library.
Oh, those poor kids.
Well, this is the most shameful thing I ever heard, Your Honor.
Oh, for goodness sake, look. What I'm trying to say is that a bachelor's degree is a purely honorary...
What's so honorary about promising to be a bachelor and then turning around and getting married?
That has nothing to do with it. When you get a degree as a bachelor, you're not required to maintain anything. It's merely that everybody, the scholastics, McGee.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go fishing one of these days.
Why, he'd just love to, Mr. Mayor, wouldn't you, dearie?
Why, you betcha, Latrivia. Now, hey, what gave you the idea all of a sudden?
Well, it just occurred to me that after all the years that you've been baiting me, we ought to do something about it. Now, if I may have my hat.
No, Mr. Mayor, not in...
No, that's the whole side. Don't open the door.
Gotta straighten out that Latrivia one of these days.
The King's Men sing Tampico.
Aye, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place to go. Tampico, Tampico, where banana boats all go. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. The senoritas, they wave when you arrive at the docks. The native costumes they wear are slacks and bobby socks. Aye, Tampico, Tampico, where the balmy breezes blow. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. To Mexico, to Mexico, to Mexico, Mexico, you go to buy a beautiful show. A souvenir for and flow, authentic Mexican art, made in Idaho. Aye, Tampico, Tampico, where the weary tourists go. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. You think you'll learn to do the samba and the rumba, so you engage a senorita in a hurry. You find she's got a Brooklyn telephone number, and learn to dance by mail from Monterey. Ow! Tampico, Tampico, where the great big bull they grow. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. As the sunset fades to a purple glow, we bid farewell to Tampico. We'll steal away and leave her stay there on the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, they ought to be coming any minute now, dearie. How does the house look?
Beautiful, Molly. Fine. Everything is so slicked up, I've been putting my cigar ashes in my pocket. You've got this place...
How's my hair?
Oh, wonderful. The way you...
Have I forgotten anything?
No, I don't believe you have.
You think there are enough peanuts?
Oh, there's too many peanuts. Make them too thirsty. I only got one case of root beer, and if we... Well, here they come, Molly. Good luck with it, baby.
Thank you, dearie. Come in.
Oh, hi, Wimp. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks. I've been looking forward to this evening. I haven't been to a party for so long. I hope you don't mind if I just let myself go tonight.
You just unwind, Mr. Wimple. Have fun.
You really get raucous, do you, Wimp?
Oh, I'm a caution when I get started, Mr. McGee.
Yeah.
You should hear me recite, "The curfew shall not ring tonight with a lampshade on my head."
Ah, it sounds really riotous, Mr. Wimple. Maybe it's a good thing your wife couldn't come tonight and cramp your style.
It's a wonder she let you out of her sight this long, Wimp.
Oh, I just sneaked out, Mr. McGee. She was sleeping off the effects of a cup of coffee when I left.
Coffee? I thought coffee was supposed to keep you awake.
Not if you put in it what I put in it, Mrs. McGee. She'll be lucky if she wakes up in time for Valentine's Day.
Hey, now that's pretty dangerous, Wimp, to open a person's coffee.
That's what I kept telling myself, Mr. McGee. But every time I said it, I dumped in another teaspoonful. I'm getting so I don't believe a word I say.
Well, was she all right when you left?
Oh, yes. She was breathing very naturally, which for her means snoring like a water buffalo. She's, ooh, peanuts. May I have some?
Why, sure, Wimp. They're right over there.
Go right in, sit down, Mr. Wimple. Everybody will be here in a few minutes. Come in. Here you are.
Come on, break out the baseboards, Rothstein. I brought a sun lamp with me in case I lose my shirt.
Hey, the house looks swell, Molly. The way that furniture shines.
Please, Mr. Wilcox, no shop talk.
Sorry.
Well, is everybody here? Because I'm already... Oh, peanuts. Lay off, Campbell. I thought the first...
Well, now let's wait.
Oh, my goodness, McGee, this must be Cordelia Blakewell Butler.
Don't look so scared, Tootsie. She ain't gonna bite you. Come in.
Mrs. McGee, I am Cordelia Butler.
Oh? Well, do come in, Miss Butler. It was so nice of you to come.
It was nice of you to ask me, Mrs. McGee.
Yes. This is my husband, Miss Butler.
How do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Cordelia. Hey, you're pretty good looking. From what Doc Gamble says, I was expecting a broken down old
McGee.
window.
I'm so glad Dr. Gamble is here. One of my dearest friends, you know.
Oh, he's one of the dearest friends anybody ever had, Cordy. His bill's at the end of the year.
Please, now, McGee. Miss Butler, I'd like to have you meet the rest of our friends. Mrs. Carstairs, this is Miss Cordelia Blakewell Butler.
4 diamonds.
Double.
Redouble.
Pass the peanuts, Greedy.
Well, that's our game, Mr. Mayor.
I've been doing very well tonight, Molly. I haven't seen so many spades since the WPA finished the airport.
Hey, how about some refreshments, Molly? I could eat the horns off a Gandy's goat.
Oh, my goodness, McGee. It's only a little after 9. Could I get you anything, Miss Butler?
Well, if it isn't too much trouble, I would like a glass of water, Mr. McGee.
Why, sure, Cordelia. You're a cinch. We get it piped right into the house here. You just sit there now.
Oh, I'll come with you, Mr. McGee. I'm dummy anyway.
Frankly, Cordelia, isn't this about the dullest evening you ever spent in your life?
Oh, on the contrary, Mr. McGee, I'm enjoying myself very much. Although oh, thank you.
Although you what?
Well, one of the reasons I accepted your wife's very kind invitation is that I heard you were quite a poker player. And being very fond of poker myself...
Wait a minute. What was that again?
I said, being very fond of poker...
Well, my gosh, why didn't you say so? We wasted a whole hour. Come on, sis. You just talked yourself into popularity. Attention, everybody. Cordelia wants to play poker. Throw them big scores out the window and break out the chips. Come on, guys. Come on, get
Well,
ready.
now, really, I didn't intend to.
That's all right, dearie. Now, it was my
Move
mistake.
those tables together, boys, and take off our coats. Get started.
What'll it be, dealer's choice?
Yes, and you deal the first hand, Cordelia.
Oh, wonderful. Get your chips on the line and feed that hungry kitty.
Not dog.
Here we go with Spit in the Ocean.
Oh, boy, that's for me.
Wheel 'em around and bet 'em like you see 'em.
That's it.
Sky's the limit, and here's for all friendship season.
It's been said that the best way to judge a product is by its popularity. Well, now, I'm a mere male when it comes to shopping, but that sounds like good common sense to me. That's one reason why I have such confidence in telling you about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Did you know that more women use this famous wax floor polish than any other polish in the world? The reason for such popularity is simple, of course. When you protect your linoleum with glow coat, you accomplish 2 things. You preserve its original attractive colors and beautiful pattern, and you make it last a much longer time. And of course, you save yourself lots of work all year round because Glow Coat is self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing. Takes practically no work from you. Simply apply and let dry. That's the Glow Coat story. Why don't you take a tip from the millions of pleased users and get some Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat tomorrow?
Well, dearie, I guess our party was a success after all.
I'll say, look at this picture in the paper. And listen to this. It says, Mrs. McGee, one of the town's smarter hostesses, entertained with a card party last night. In sharp contrast to the usual sticky bridge affair, the McGee party was one your editor will long remember, to the tune of $16.
What else does she say?
Oh, a lot. Here, read it. There was only one little thing I thought she'd never say last night.
What was that?
Good night.
Oh, good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with those accomplished accomplices, Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and your old racine shifter, Harlow Wilcox. The writing is done from memory by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music is dreamed up by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Why did you put that linoleum on your kitchen floor? Wasn't it to make your kitchen a brighter, more cheerful place to work in and to save yourself lots of work? Right. But if you don't take proper care of linoleum, it loses its beauty. And if you scrub it continually, it breaks down and becomes more and more difficult to keep good looking. That's why linoleum manufacturers themselves recommend that you preserve your floor coverings by applying a protective film of Johnson's Glow Coat. After that, you just wipe it off occasionally with a damp cloth, and it's fairly sparkling. Glow Coat is, of course, self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing, requires practically no work at all. Simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, your floors are beautifully polished and shining, never streaked or uneven. If you want your linoleum and other floors to look lovelier and save hours of work in the bargain, by all means use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Well, it's a beautiful, cold, clear day in Wistful Vista, the kind of winter day that puts jingle bells in your arteries. The inviting, exciting, exhilarating sort of day which, if you're smart, you'll spend at home by the fireplace, like Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, my, I don't think I've ever seen such a beautiful winter day, McGee. Is it cold out?
Cold? I had to walk down the front steps backwards because my sheepskin coat kept turning its tail into the wind.
Why did you go out?
Get the mail?
Why, the mailbox is on the front porch. Why did you have to go down the steps?
To get in that gag about the sheepskin coat? Although I could have stayed on the porch and just said that when I came back in, my wristwatch was blowing on its hands.
Ah, my, it's an awful thing when a man has to be a comic just to go out and get the gas bill. Any more evidence of ham and the meat packers will assign you a picket. Any mail for me, dearie?
Just routine stuff. Gas bill, meat bill, due bill, grocery bill, electric bill. An invitation. Oh, boy, I wish we could do it.
Do what?
Go to the Winter Sports Carnival at Petoskey, Michigan.
Oh.
Look, we got an invitation. February 1st to February 9th.
We got an invitation from the Miami Chamber of Commerce last year that was good for all winter.
Ah, but them winter sports, how I love them. The clear ring of skates on the ice, the joyous yells of the bobsledders.
And the happy crackle of ankle bones on the ski slide.
Remember what a skater I used to be, Molly? Remember how I used to take a racing start and leap over 9 empty barrels side by side?
As I remember, you also did it end over end.
Ah, boy, what a skater I was. Remember how Shipstead and Johnson used to come out to the rink and watch me for hours on end, getting pointers? They always said they'd learned a great deal from me.
They do burlesque comedy on skates, don't they?
Yeah. Yes, sir, when I used to go out on the ice, people would kind of gasp and say, boy, look at that figure 8.
Yeah, and then somebody else would say, and look, he can skate, too.
You know, this makes me hanker to put on my old keen cutters and go out to Dugan's Lake, Molly. What do you say we go out?
Oh, now, look, Pet, let us not delude ourselves. We are no longer children. Personally, I have arrived at the age where I'd rather spectate than participate.
Ah, spectate my clavicle. Put a pair of skates on them pretty little feet of yours, and you'd make the rest of them young tomatoes look like perchers. Come on, Molly, what do you say? We'll rent a couple of pair of skates and go out.
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come in.
Hello, Molly. And how are you, Bubblegum?
Hi, Fever Charge. Hey, Doc, Molly has an idea we're a little long in years to go ice skating. What do you think, Doc?
Well, to be brutally frank, Crouch Pouch, you're too old to take up anything more violent than drawing mustaches on advertisements. If you'll take the advice of your family physician, and if you do, it'll be the first time, you'll strap nothing on your feet that hasn't got a blue jay on the container.
He has a terrible hankering to go skating, Doctor. And really, he used to be very good at it.
Good? I was terrific. Come on out to Lake Dugan with us, Doc, and I'll give you a few elementary lessons. What do you say? It'll be the first time Dugan's Lake ever had a quack on it in midwinter.
No thanks, little boy Blow. Although I may be on hand to revive you when they haul you out of a hole in the ice. If I live long enough, there are 2 phrases which will make me a rich man. 1, I drive better when I've had a few drinks. And 2, let's skate out a little farther.
You know, there's a third one, too, Doctor. A new one. And I quote, there's a storm up ahead. Let's fly through it. Unquote.
Oh, you won't skate, eh, Errol Smith? Shall we do that again? You don't trust yourself out where you haven't got a patient's wrist to hang on to, eh?
Listen, Mouse Muscle, I haven't got time.
I'll get it.
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah? Who? Sure, Doc.
Thanks. Hello? Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Doctor. You developed the X-ray plate? I see. Small gastric ulcer, I'm sorry to hear it. Well, thank you very much, Doctor. And send the bill to me. Bye.
Hey. Why send the bill to you, Doc?
Why not? It's my ulcer. Well, have fun at Dugan's Lake, Stumblebum. And you too, Molly.
Well, thank you, Doctor. It might do us both good at that to get out for a little while. Say, didn't you skate when you were a boy?
He never was a boy. He was born with sideburns and a case full of sodium bicarbonate.
As a matter of fact, friends, I was a bit of a no-good when I was a boy. I thought if a man shot a good game of pool and could peddle a little bootleg hooch without getting caught, he'd really get somewhere. And when I found out where he'd get, I decided I didn't want to go there. You know what I wish?
What, Doctor?
I wish that every boy, when he reaches the age of 18, could read his own obituary and then either correct it or live up to it. See you later.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Atlanta, GA.
Oh, come on, Molly. Let's go out to Dugan's Lake. We can stop someplace, and I'll rent you a pair of skates. I might even buy you a pair.
Oh, now, please, McGee, let's not be childish. I'm in better condition than you are, and I'm much too brittle to go ice skating.
Oh, you're never no such a thing. I see guys skating out there all the time, and women, too, that are old enough to be your grandmothers. Gee whiz, don't you remember how we used to walk together on skates?
Yes, but I'm afraid I'd sit most of them out now. The hard way. Come in.
Hello there, kids. I just seen that gambler across town, and he says you were going to go skating out to Dugan's Lake. So I come busting right over.
Oh, you want to go with us, old-timer?
No. Just wanted to tell you I couldn't make it today. Got to get my hair done.
Oh, getting a finger wave, Mr. Blasingame?
Nope. Cooking a rabbit for supper, daughter.
You a pretty good cook, Rupert?
Hey!
I says,
I sure am, Johnny. Why, when I was in the Seabees out there in the Solomon Islands, I was made camp cook for 1,100 men. One noon, I made them an omelet that...
Oh, wait a minute there, Rupe. You made one omelet for 1,100 men? How many eggs did that take?
42 shovels full, Johnny. We used powdered eggs.
How on earth did you cook an omelet that big?
Hey!
She said, how?
Well, sure, kid. I borrowed a concrete mixer, set her out on the runway, shoveled the eggs in, added 50 gallons of powdered milk, 5 pounds of salt, 2 pounds of pepper, stuck a fire hose into it, turned it on, and beat the gong for lunch. Boys said it was the best omelet they ever ate.
Yeah, but all those ingredients were cold. How did you cook it without heat?
Hey, how did you cook it without heat? Without heat on a concrete runway in the Solomon Islands at high noon? Are you kidding, Johnny?
Were you a cook all the time you were in the Seabees?
Hey, were you a cook? Had a little accident. They took me off the job. Seems like I was making me a big tureen full of vegetable soup one evening, and a seaplane mistook it for a lagoon and landed in it. Would have been all right, but he cracked up on a ham bone I threw in for flavoring, and I got court-martialed for obstructing navigation.
Oh, dear. Well, they should have given you credit for designing a new airplane, a split P-38.
That's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says, I see where there's a filibuster going on in Congress. What's a filibuster? Well, says t'other feller, a filibuster is where a bunch of guys that hate music gang up around the jukebox with $40 in nickels to keep you from playing America the Beautiful. See you later, kids.
Oh, dear. Well, how about it, Money? Are you going skating with me?
Oh, now, please, McGee. You go if you want to.
Oh, come on. We'll take it easy. I'll build a big fire at the edge of the lake and we can roast some weenies. What do you say?
When I was a girl and somebody had suggested such an excursion, wild horses couldn't have held me at home.
Well?
But now that both the horses and I are older and smarter, I don't think
Hello, folks. Say, I hope you're not planning on going anywhere today. That air is sharp enough to appear on information, please.
As a matter of fact, Junior, I was trying to persuade Molly to go ice skating with me.
With, he might add, little or no success, Mr. Wilcox.
Ice skating? Aren't you being a little eccentric, pal? I'll bet you haven't been on a pair of skates for 30 years.
He's been on a lot of thin ice, however.
Junior, ice skating is an art which, once mastered, is indelibly printed on a man's mind and muckles. I could put on a pair of runners right now and make Sonia Henney look like a barefoot kid walking across a field full of hot rocks.
That's tall talk, pal. Mighty tall talk. Did you ever skate professionally?
Well, he says he had a skating act in vaudeville, Mr. Wilcox.
Why, certainly. I and a guy by the name of Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. We played every theater in the United States, almost.
Go on. With an ice skating act? What'd you do for ice?
Oh, I just give the bellboy 2 bits and I said, oh, you mean ice for You mean skate on in our act?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, McGee, how many theaters had freezing units on the stage?
None of them. We didn't use ice. We carried a huge sheet of plate glass we used to skate on.
Plate glass, eh?
Plate glass.
You skated on a sheet of plate glass with ice skates?
With ice skates. At the end of our act, we'd attach glass cutters to our skate blades and cut the words "Thank you, folks" on the plate glass. Oh, it was a wow finish. I remember one performance in Snake Navel, Idaho.
I'll bet just a sheet of plate glass was a sensation there.
Snake Navel, Idaho?
Uh-huh.
Well, I played there myself with a road show.
No.
Well, now isn't this cozy? What did you do there, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I played the cruel overseer of the plantation in a play called The Pixie from Dixie. Or, Are You a Mason, Dixon? I walked around with a black snake whip and a big mustache, snarling at the slaves and making eyes at Miss Nancy Lou, the colonel's daughter. In the last act, I doubled as the colonel, Colonel Jefferson Clay.
That was before you went commercial, wasn't it, Junior?
No. I was working for Johnson's Wax even then.
While you were on the stage?
Sure. It was a great setup. You see, in the second act, we had an interior of the big plantation house. The curtain went up on me, slashing Miss Nancy Lou across the shoulders with my bull whip and saying, "Meaning no disrespect, Miss Nancy, I can't allow you all to demean yourself by scrubbing them floors, ma'am. That there's powerful hard work." And she'd look up at me and say, "But Desmond," she'd say. Desmond, that was my name in the play. "But Desmond," she'd say, "polishing floors with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat ain't work. It's fun."
Sounds like Can You Top This?
And then I'd throw down my black snake whip and take Nancy Lou in my arms and say, "Look, honey child, you all is quality folks. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using that Johnson's glow coat. But I hates to see my little goldy-haired lady stooping to menial work."
That's a legitimate theater. I'd like to see the birth certificate.
And Nancy Lou would look up at me and say, "But Desmond, it's mighty easy to use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. One just pours a little out, spreads it around, and lets it dry for 20 minutes or so. Please let me do it, Desmond. I have so little beauty in my life."
Oh, sure.
Gee, you know, when we got through with that scene, there wasn't a dry eye in the house.
Laughed till they cried, eh?
Who played the part of Nancy Lou? Marjorie Main?
No, a fellow named Charlie Quilbean. He also sold tickets, handled the baggage and scenery, threw out the drunks, and juggled in the oleo.
Well, when we had our ice skating act...
Say, pal, we've got to get together one of these days and swap stories. I'll bet we've played lots at the same time. Well, so long now.
I'd like to have seen Mr. Wilcox in that play.
Yeah, me too. What a southern drool he's got. He makes Rhett Butler sound like a Minnesota motorman. Hey, how about it, Molly? You go and ice skating with me. Come on.
Come on. Please, McGee, let's forget it. If either of us fell on that ice, we'd splinter like a plaster cupid.
We don't have to do anything fancy, kiddo. Just glide around, holding on to each other till we get the hang of it again.
No, thank you. No, you go on if you want to.
Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mr. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Trivia, old man. Hey, you care much for winter sports?
I can't say that I do, McGee. They're a noisy lot, throwing snowballs at each other and generally make me...
No, Mr. Mayor, he meant games like skating and bobsledding and skiing and so on.
Oh, I see. Well, I rather enjoyed them when I was younger. I had an ice boat at one time.
I'm talking about winter activities, Latrivia.
So am I. I said I had an ice boat one time.
What good is a boat no matter how nice if you can't use it in the winter?
I didn't say nice. I said ice. An ice boat.
How much did it carry?
How much what did it carry?
How much ice? Seems to me that a load of ice would be pretty hard to handle in the boat.
Just a moment, please. Are you by any chance trying to embroil me in one of those I said this, you said that bits of persiflage?
I don't know how you get any such ideas, Latrivia. My gosh, nobody hates to argue more than we do. Shall we start all over?
If you don't mind.
Glad to, Your Honor. Now, do you care much for outdoor activities in wintertime?
Not of late, Mrs. McGee. However, when I was a younger man, I spent quite a good deal of time in Canada, on snowshoes.
What was the matter with them?
What was the matter with what?
Your snowshoes.
There was nothing the matter with them.
Well, then why did you have to spend so much time on them if there was nothing?
Because I was wearing them. I wouldn't have worn them if there'd been anything the matter with them. I merely... Shall we try again?
Certainly. You're served, McGee.
Okay. Care much for outdoor sports in wintertime, Trivia?
No, I can't say that I do, McGee. Although when I was a young man, I did quite a bit of bobsledding.
Why didn't he do his own?
Why didn't who do his own what?
Why didn't Bob do his own sledding? You said you did a lot of bobsledding, and
I didn't say anything of the... Or did I? Of course I did. I remember now. Bob was a rather sickly lad. Pulling that heavy sled was rather a task. So I did most of his sledding for him. I remember one day we were sitting in our cabin drinking hot buttered cocoa out of Munich Braustein.
What on earth is a Munich Braustein?
Well, it's a pewter or earthenware receptacle, sort of a high mug.
Hi, Trivia.
How's everything?
Fine. Fine, and with you?
Just great. Nice to have seen you. Good day.
So long.
And here are the King's Men with Let It Snow.
Let it not snow. The snowman in the yard is frozen hard. He's a sorry sight to see. If he had a brain, he'd complain. Then he wishes he were me. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful, and we've no place to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, I hate going home in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, then all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The winter wind is cold. Ooh, there's ice in the air. As long as I can hold you, then I shouldn't care about the weather, as long as we're together. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow. Oh, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Heavenly days, McGee, there's a lot of people on Dugan's Lake considering how chilly it is.
Well, when we get to skating, we won't notice the cold.
I'm afraid I'll get so cold you won't notice me skating.
Here, sit down on this stump while I fix your skates.
Okay. Not too tight now, not too loose.
Oh, don't be so fussy, Snooky. I know how to strap skates on.
Well, if I seem a little spoiled, dearie, it's because I haven't been on ice for so long. You know, it's almost... Oh, for goodness sakes. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Who? Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
Skating, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. I just came out because Sweetie Face told me to.
What'd she tell you to do, Wimp?
Well, she told me she was going to take me outdoors and keep me out till I had roses in my cheeks.
Well, that shouldn't take long.
Oh, it didn't. I had roses in my cheeks inside of 10 minutes. But the thorns hurt my mouth, so I spit them out.
Lots of people skating out here today, Wimp. Ice must be pretty solid.
Oh, not too solid, Mr. McGee. See that sign behind you there? The one that says, danger, thin ice?
Well, what on earth is it doing up here on the bank?
Well, I put it there. It was out in the middle of the lake, but who could read it that far away?
Where's Sweetie Face now, Wimp? Gone home?
Oh, no such luck, Mr. McGee. She's skating around out there in the lake someplace.
Oh, is she a pretty good skater, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, no. She's simply terrible. But I told her to go out in the middle of the lake where there was plenty of room.
Wait a minute. I thought you said it was dangerous out there. Thin ice.
Yes. Well, enjoy yourselves, folksies. Goodbye now.
See you later, Wimp. Yeah. Now, there you are, Molly. How do the skates feel?
Well, I don't know, but I feel 9 feet tall.
Huh?
been so long since hold me, McGee.
I got you, kiddo. Now take it easy. Relax. Now hang on to me while we walk out onto the ice.
What do you mean, hang on to you?
Huh?
I'll bet you've got bruises on your arm now that look like they'd gone over Niagara Falls in a hairnet.
Come on.
Take it easy now.
Only a few feet farther. You're doing fine.
I hope I haven't forgotten how to skate. My ankles feel like they were made of wet rope.
Ah, here we are. Now, ain't this wonderful? Want to let go of me now and try a few strokes?
No, I can't say that I do, dearie. You skate around and let me hang on to your shoulders, like a slightly overaged papoose.
Now, you'll catch on to it in a minute, my guy. Hey, that's it. Take it away. Swell. Now, try a 3-chain-3 and an inside-back rocker.
Don't talk nonsense and throw a little sand in front of me. I've forgotten how to stop.
Well, don't stop. I'll catch up with you.
You don't know how glad I am to see you, McGee. There's nothing to grab onto out here when I feel like falling. If I ever own a skating rink, it'll have trees on it.
Oh, you're doing wonderful, Molly. Shall we cross hands and skate together? I tried it with my feet a minute ago, but I didn't like it.
All right, let's try it.
Yeah.
Isn't this fun?
Yeah.
Let's waltz, McGee.
Okay. Boy, oh boy. Just like back in Peoria.
Sure.
Remember?
I'm all right now. You don't have to hold my hands too tight.
I don't have to, but you don't mind, do you?
Oh, not a bit.
Hey, Molly. Remember how we used to skate away from everybody else and sneak around the point and I'd kiss you?
As Mr. Wimple would say, yes.
Well, there's a point over there to the right.
Well, I must say, dearie, that you haven't changed much in all these years.
I haven't?
No. It still takes you too long to get to the point.
Take a quick look around the room you're sitting in, will you? That's right. Now, since so many of you ladies are firm believers in regular wax polishing, chances are your floors, furniture, and woodwork are beautifully clean and sparkling. But if by chance you've not yet got around to the wax method of keeping house, consider for a moment how much more attractive your home could be. All through your home, there are treasures that will become even lovelier with every application of Johnson's wax. The millions and millions of women who use this modern method of housekeeping call it protective housekeeping for 3 reasons. First, Johnson's wax beautifies your home. Second, it wax protects your treasures from wear, dirt, and spilled things. And third, Johnson's wax saves you work. A smooth, dry, waxed surface does not readily collect dust. So you have more time off to enjoy your lovelier home. Ask for a genuine Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Well, they ought to be home any minute now. Let me see. Splints, liniment, hot water, bandages. Come in.
Hey, what are you doing in our house,
We
Doc?
saw you through the window, Doctor. Is anything wrong?
Not with me. Got any broken bones?
No.
Sprains, bruises, torn ligaments, frostbite?
Oh, no, Doctor. Had a wonderful time and didn't even fall down once.
Well, how do you like that? If you aren't the most exasperating people.
Don't forget your earphones.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry and inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly. Histrionically helped by Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, B. Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, Jimmy Jordan, and the man with the stuff that polishes your things, me, Harlow Wilcox. The script can be blamed on Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music department is managed by the King's Men and Billy Mills and his all-boy-but-one orchestra. Millions of housewives know that Johnson's wax is unbeatable for beautifying your floors. But I've heard that in some homes, Johnson's wax is used on the floors only. Well, what about the rest of your home? Perhaps you have a table you're especially proud of. Try waxing that, too. You'll be delighted to see how much more handsome it looks, how it glows with a smooth, satiny sheen, how the wax brings out the beautiful, natural grain. Notice how even the very first protective coat of Johnson's wax on your radio cabinet, your sideboard, your ornaments and picture frames gives them a wonderful richness, a mellow glow that adds immeasurably to their beauty. You'll find, of course, that these things grow even lovelier with each wax application. They become better and better protected, too, against dirt, wear, and spilled things. So, by all means, Johnson wax your floors for greater beauty and protection, but also make the rest of your home sparkling clean and beautiful with Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream. It's all very well for a man to laugh at the stuffed cuff, the draped shape, and the reed pleat. But when he begins to look like he dressed himself out of the war relief clothing barrel at the firehouse, it's time something was said about it, according to Mrs. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
What's the matter with the way I dress, Molly?
Well, frankly, Pet, it's that tired old suit. Who made it, George Pullman?
What do you mean, George Pullman?
Looks like it had been slept in. That blue serge monstrosity has more bags in it than the Grand Central checker.
Oh.
The seat and elbows glare like an acre of broken bottles. When the fabric is so thin, it takes you 10 minutes to sit down.
Oh,
and it fits like it had been made for a jockey and let out for Paul Whiteman.
Oh, it isn't so bad, Mommy. A blue serge suit always lasts a long time because they pick up so much lint. I've had as much wear out of the lint as I have out of the suit.
Well, now, you simply got to buy a new one, McGee.
Oh, Molly, you know how I
And that's why I called this tailor. He said he'd be over with some samples.
I still say that this... Who? Who said who'd be over with what samples?
The tailor. He just opened a new shop next to the Bonton, and you need a new suit right now.
Oh, for the love of...
I'm simply tired of walking around with a man whose suit looks like the back wall of a headlight.
Oh.
And this Mr. Gusset said...
Who?
Mr. Gusset, the tailor. He said... Oh, I bet that's him right now. Come in.
Is this the residence of the McGee? Oh, hello there, Miss McGee.
Good day, Mr. Gusset. McGee, this is Mr. Gusset. This is the husband I was telling you about, Mr. Gusset.
Now, look here, you two. I don't know what you've cooked up between you, but if you think I'm going to be jockeyed into buying a new suit that I don't want and don't need, by George...
Amazing. That's what it is. Amazing.
What's amazing, Mr. Gusset?
The resemblance, Mrs. McGee. He has shoulders exactly like Herbert Marshall. Oh, it's going to be a distinct pleasure to fit him.
Flattery will get you no place, Bud. This whole thing is a frame-up, and I won't be... Herbert Marshall is taller than I am, ain't he?
Yes, slightly, Mr. McGee, but actual height is not important. It's the build that counts. You know, the athletic type, the military posture, broad shoulders tapering down to slim hips.
Who are we talking about now?
At a guess, Mr. McGee, I'd say you'd been, well, colonel, military intelligence.
That's kind of hush-hush, Bud. But let's see your samples, Gusset, old man. What have you got?
I'll tell you what. Suppose I look over your entire wardrobe, Mr. McGee, and then I can tell you better what you need.
That's a good idea, Bud. Take a good look at it.
Is it upstairs?
No, it's right here. He's wearing it.
What?
He never worried much about his clothes, Mr. Gusset. Just as long as he can keep warm in the winter and not get arrested in the summer, he's content.
Well, then, I would suggest a good tweed suit, Mrs. McGee. He could wear the jacket with odd trousers for informal occasions.
Good idea, Gus. Have I got some odd trousers, Molly?
Odd is hardly the word. Terrifying would be more accurate. Why, those green flannels you wear to take out the ashes are...
How about this sample right here, Mr. McGee? This is a genuine English tweed. I'd make it up in a single-breasted patch-pocketed style. Splendid utility garment.
We'll take that.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I can make my own selections. I ain't going to be railroaded into something that
I understand that it's Mr. Herbert Marshall's favorite material.
But he's taller, you said.
He also said the height wasn't important, Molly. It's the build that counts. You heard him say that. I'll take this one, Bud. You don't think Herbert Marshall will mind?
I won't mention it to him, Mr. McGee. Besides, I'm sure you and he never attend the same... But now for the measurements. Let's see, where is my tape measure anyway? Oh, yes, here we are. Now, let's see. Chest, 35. Take a deep breath, please, Mr. McGee. Chest expanded. 35. Very interesting. Waist, 41. Take another deep breath, please, Mr. McGee. Waist expanded, 46. Deep breather, aren't you, Mr. McGee?
Yeah. I got low lungs. That's why I don't catch cold when I leave my shirt collar open at the front.
Now then, let's see. Shoulders.
Yep.
21. Arms. Trousers length. Well, that does it.
Good.
Now then, would you like to make a deposit on this suit, Mr. McGee?
You want an honest answer?
Yes.
No.
How much will it be, Mr. Gusset?
$110, Mrs. McGee. My usual price is $150, but inasmuch as you're my first customers in wistful business...
Now, just a darn minute, Bud. Did I hear you say $110?
You did.
Seems a little high to me.
Hi! Why, for $110, I could buy me a set of threads that would make Adolph Monju look like a bouncer at a barn dance. $110. Why, of all the...
May I make a suggestion, Mr. McGee?
Certainly, Mr. Gusset.
Better make one quick, Bud, before I make one.
As you know, I'm new here in wistful business.
Yeah, and these prices, you ain't going to get very old, too, either.
Let the man talk, dearie. Go on, Mr. Gusset.
I was about to suggest that should Mr. McGee, as my representative, unannounced, of course, send me, say, 10 customers, well, I shall be glad to make the suit free of charge.
What? If I send you 10 customers for suit, you... It's a deal.
Good.
Shake.
Right.
Music.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play Fin Marine.
Hey, Molly, you know what?
No, what?
I already got 4 customers for new suits. Maury Needham, Jeff Lewis, Mel Brorby, and Willie Conley. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you knew that many people with $110.
Well, I've been putting on quite a telephone campaign. I got a sales talk worked up to get some...
Get out the breadcrumbs, McGee. Here comes a pigeon.
Watch me sell him a suit. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Come right in.
Hello, my dear. And good afternoon, Knuckle Noodle.
Hi, Medicine Chest. What's new on the German side of the world?
Nothing startling, Beaver knows. What's cooking in your dull little life?
Well, you know, I've just talked him into getting a new suit, Doctor.
No.
Yes, sir. And if I may make a suggestion to our kindly old family physician, ain't it about time you shook yourself loose from that bundle of burlap you're wearing? You look like a delegate to the Hobos Convention. I don't know where that suit hides during the branding season, but it sure ain't ever felt a hot iron.
think the doctor looks so bad, McGee. Not that any man couldn't choose a new suit now and then.
Well, thanks, Molly, but who is little Jazzbo Brummel to talk? He always looks like an unmade bed in a 50-cent flop house. That blue serge of his shines like a good deed in a naughty world.
Well, I'm doing something about my appearance, Ether Drum. I'm getting a new suit. But you'll go on wearing that sideshow canvas of yours for the next 18 years, I suppose.
Frankly, Doctor, I imagine you're so busy these days you haven't much time to give to your appearance, huh?
I've got just as much time as this little bloater, my dear. And when I get a new suit, I won't get one of his $18 walk upstairs and save $3 two pants affairs with a Daisy air rifle premium. I'll go to a decent tailor and lay it on the line for a quality product.
Oh, yeah. If you ever had to shell out $110 for a suit, you couldn't see the checkbook through your tears.
Now, wait a minute, Jughead. Are you getting a $110 suit?
Yes, he is, Doctor. The tailor was just here measuring him up.
Guy by the name of Gusset next to the bonton, Doc.
Well, I'm going right down there and order 2 suits. Anything you can do, McGee, I can do better, quicker, oftener, and at higher prices. See you later, Molly.
Fine, Doctor. Now remember the name Gusset next to the bonton.
Yeah, and if you want extra pants, Doc, mention my name and get a good seat.
McGee, your name wouldn't be good for credit for a hot rock in Death Valley. But it'll be interesting to see the reaction. So long now.
Hot dog, that's 5 customers. 5 more and I get a suit free.
No, it's 6, McGee. Huh? Dr. Gamble says he's getting 2 suits.
Oh, wonderful. 6 down and 4 to go. Now, let me see. Who else could I talk to?
Well, there's no use talking to Mr. Wilcox.
Huh?
He's got enough clothes now to take the heart out of Schaffner and Morris.
And he's just the guy to sell a new suit. Yeah. A dude like him won't be able to resist it.
Come in.
Hello there, kid.
Oh, hi, old-timer.
Hello, Mr. Blasingame. You look like you'd had a chill. You're shaking like a loose fender. Where have you been?
Hey!
She says, where?
You're down under the river, kid. In a diver's helmet.
Under the river?
Yep. Believe me, it's colder than a witch's broom handle down there.
What were you looking for under the river? Lose your dentures off the bridge or something?
Hey!
He said that
No, just writing letters to my mother, kid. She lives back in Turkey Run, Indiana, and
Oh, wait a minute. That don't make sense, old-timer. Diving into the river to write a letter.
Why are you doing it, Johnny? I got one of them pens for Christmas that writes underwater. Thought I'd try it out.
You could have written a much longer letter, too. They don't have to be refilled for 2 years. Did you do any deep-sea diving while you were in the Seabees, Mr. Oldtimer?
Hey!
Did you do
Lots of it, kid. Spent so much time under the water, I got gills on my neck.
Gills on your neck?
Yep, Gill. He was our skipper. Old Lieutenant Commander Gill. He was on my neck all the time for spending so much time under the water. What do you want to spend so much time down there for, he says. And I says, well, sir, I says, I've been playing cribbage with a mermaid and just won a couple of fins. Well, sir, he laughs fit to bust and slaps me in the brig on bread and water for but he says there was impudence.
Hey, you want to buy a swell suit of civvies?
Hey, would you like to go on work, kid? Where?
Gusset, next to the bonton. $110. Tell him I sent you.
Okay. After the way these clothes fit, it'll be nice to get a miner's suit on again.
A miner's suit?
Yep. One with a little slack in the pants.
Well, there's 7, McGee. You only need 3 more.
I got Wilcox checked off. I can talk Wilcox into one. Flattery will do it. I'll butter him like a pre-war waffle. Then if I can get Latrivia and Wimple, I'm all set. I got a suit.
You better make it Mrs. Wimple. She wears the trousers in that family.
Oh.
And besides, Dave.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox. Do come in.
Hi, Junior. I had a feeling you'd drop in sometime today.
That's like having a hunch that Easter will come on a Sunday.
Did you want to see me about something, pal?
Yeah. How are you fixed for suits?
Gee, I'm glad you asked me that. I've noticed you were looking pretty seedy lately, but I didn't want to say anything. Come over sometime and pick out a couple, pal. They can easily be cut down to fit you.
No, Mr. Wilcox. He didn't mean for himself.
He didn't?
Certainly not. I want to know if you need any.
That's a silly question. Yours wouldn't fit me.
Oh,
Look, Mr. Wilcox, nobody's talking about giving anybody any old clothes. McGee wants to know if you're thinking of buying any new suits.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you how it is, Molly. I'm always buying new clothes, partly because I like them and partly because I think it's good business to dress well.
Yeah, well, the reason I asked...
You see, when I go into people's homes and offices as a representative of Johnson's Wax, I want especially to appear like I have a quality product to offer, which I have.
Yes, but we were...
You see, when the finest homes in America use Johnson's Wax on their floors and furniture and woodwork, windowsills and luggage and 100 other things, well, it just doesn't behoove me to dress like an itinerant peddler.
Yeah, but what that got to do
Gee
with...
whiz, pal, Johnson's Wax is known the world over as the answer to protective housekeeping. A waxed surface is a surface protected against dampness and dust and wear. And it represents fine hospitality, too. That film of Johnson's Wax is the largest welcome mat in the world.
Yes, we know.
That's why I always like to look my best. You judge a home by its appearance, and you judge a man by his appearance. That's why I'm always buying new clothes.
If you think you've nailed down your paycheck for this week, Waxy, may I say a word?
Why, please do.
Oh, look, Mr. Wilcox, there's a new tailor in town, a Mr. Gusson, next door to the bond.
Yeah.
Makes wonderful men's suits for $110. And you're a wonderful man.
You go in there and mention my name, Junior, and you'll get treated right. How about it?
Just opened up, did he?
Just this week.
Right next to the Bonton, eh?
Right next door. Gusson's the name. You going to go see him?
But I am, Belle. Be there in half an hour.
How many suits do you think you'll buy, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, I don't need any suits, but he'll need some Johnson's Wax for that new shop of his. Thanks for the tip, pal.
Well, ring up one, no sale, McGee.
Oh, I think Wilcox will buy one. He's an actor at heart, and when he smells a bowl of flannel, it'll look like smoke to a fireplace. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Did you hear about him wiring Hollywood?
No, about what?
He wanted to try out for that new picture, The Robe.
Yeah?
He thought it was going to be called The Wardrobe and wanted the title role.
Oh.
Yeah, but they said that...
Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, if it isn't Mrs. Carstairs. Hello, Millicent.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsey. Understand you had the flu. You feel better now?
Yes, thank you. My household has had quite a siege of it, you know.
So?
First Marie, my upstairs maid, had it, and then Mr. Carstairs, and then I.
Well, it's hard to keep germs on one floor of a house, Millicent.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Carstairs.
Who took care of you, Millicent? Dr. Gamble?
Oh, yes, he's a splendid physician. He treated my husband for a horse, Charlie.
You mean Charlie Horse?
No, a horse Charlie Adams gave him that had the heaves.
Now, wait a minute. Well, who was sick? Your husband, the horse, or Charlie Adams?
I was, of the whole thing.
Speaking of heaves, were you awfully sick with the flu, Millie?
Oh, indeed I was, Mr. McGee. The first day Mr. Carstairs took my temperature, I knew I was ill.
Oh, what did it read, Millicent?
3 degrees above freezing.
3 degrees above freezing.
Yes. Mr. Carstairs took my temperature, but he had to walk down to Kramer's drugstore to have the thermometer read. Well, I must be going. Good day.
The King's Men and Old Rocking Chair's got me.
Old rocking chair's got me, no doubt about it. Came by my side, can't do without it. Fetch me down them slippers, boy, quick, before I tan your heart. Can't get from this cabin, I ain't never going away nowhere. Just set me here grabbing at the flies from my rocking chair. My dear old Aunt Harriet, I know that way up in heaven she be. Oh, send me down, sweet chariot, for the end of my trouble I see. Oh, rocking chair gets it, I do believe that Judgment Day is here. Chained to my old rocking chair, rocking chair, rocking chair, rocking chair, rocking chair. Oh, rocking chair's got me, can't hear my side. Oh, boy, I want to dream, son, don't want to tan your hide. Can't get from this cabin, can't
have to sell before you get one free for yourself, dearie?
Well, let me look at my list. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.5.
8.5?
Yeah. More troops only wanted a pair of pants. So if I can find only... Who's that, man or woman?
Man.
Bring him in quick.
Come in. Oh, good day, Mayor Latrivia.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia. You're just the guy I wanted to see.
If it's about our date to go bowling tonight, McGee, I can't make it. I just dropped by to tell you.
Pressure of business, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, you might call it that, Mrs. McGee. I am attending a Boy Scout meeting at the East Side High School tonight.
Oh, trying for your merit badge and ballot box stuffing, Latrivia?
McGee, it doesn't matter a jot nor a tittle to me what you think of my political activities, but I resent any inference that the Boy Scout movement tolerates anything unethical. I consider the Scout movement one of the greatest forces for good citizenship in the world today. And on this, their 36th anniversary, I think they're entitled to the respect and goodwill of everyone as boys who will grow into our leaders of tomorrow.
Oh, well, McGee was just kidding, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Great bunch of kids, Latrivia. You going to make a speech to them tonight?
Well, I'm giving them a little demonstration of the things I learned in the Coast Guard, McGee.
Such as what, Mr. Mayor?
Well, for instance, knot tying.
Not tying what?
Just knot tying.
Well, then, what's the use of going at all if you're not tying anything?
But I am tying anything. Something.
What?
Knots!
Oh, please, Mr. Mayor.
You're addressing a lady, Latrivia.
Thank you, dearie.
Well, I said nothing that would offend a lady, McGee. I merely stated that I was giving a demonstration of knot tying.
You mean you're not giving a demonstration of tying?
Yes. No! Don't be silly. Look, in the Coast Guard, I learned a great deal about tying knots. Square knots, bowlines, various hitches, sheepshanks, Turk's heads, monkey fists, grannies.
Who's?
Grannies.
My gosh, was she in the Coast Guard, too? I should think that'd be a pretty hard life for an old lady.
I was speaking of a granny knot.
Oh, yeah, I see. Knot was your mother's maiden name.
It was not.
That's what she said. It was not.
I mean, it was not.
Who's there?
Arthur.
Arthur who?
Are there any more routines like this coming up? If so, include me out.
Oh, you forgot to ask him about getting fitted for a new suit, dearie.
The only fit he was ready for was to be tied. Now, I can get another couple of customers someplace. Hand me that phone. I'll resume my campaign.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Whistle Vista 765. For the love of Mike, is that you, Mert?
Oh.
How's every little thing, Mert? What's that, Mert? He did? Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Mert. Cut his tail right off, huh?
Oh, how awful. Her dog, McGee?
No, her uncle. He was telling her a story over the phone and got disconnected. What's that, Mert? Okay, connect me. Hello, is this Eddie? This is Fibber McGee, Eddie. Look, I got a great idea if you need a new suit, Eddie. There's a new tailor named Gus. Just go. Okay, Bert. You just go in and tell Gus that I sent you. Don't mention it, Bert. Goodbye. Oh, boy, am I tired. Does my arm ache? I must have made 40 calls. But I done it, Molly. I done it. I got 10 guys to buy new suits.
Well, that's fine, dearie.
Yeah.
But why are you sitting around in your bathrobe?
Oh, I sent my old suit to the relief collection. It was looking so shabby I hated even to talk to people over the phone in it. Well, I got nothing to do for a couple of days anyway, and by that time I'll have my new suit.
Oh, will he deliver it?
Well, my gosh, you better after me sending him all that business, spending all that time. I'll call him up and see.
I'll do it, McGee. You've been on the phone all afternoon. You just sit down and relax.
Yeah, I am tired. Thanks.
Hello, operator. Whistle Vista 1247, please.
That's a number.
Hello, Mr. Gusset. Mrs. McGee speaking.
Hi there.
Mr. McGee wants to know how soon his suit will be ready. Yeah? Yeah? Huh? What? Oh, that's all right, Mr. Gusset. He was glad to do it. He said to thank you for sending him all those customers, dear.
When did you say mine would be ready?
When did you say Mr. McGee's suit would be ready, Mr. Gusset? March 1st.
March 1st?
Yes, he said you'd send him so much business he was terribly busy.
Oh.
And naturally, the paying customers come first.
Yeah, I guess that's reasonable, too. March 1st, eh?
Yes, 1947.
Oh, boy, a whole year. Now I can finish Anthony Adverse.
I'll bet you can think of many products you insist on using just because they are superior. Johnson's Glow Coat, for example. More women use Glow Coat on their kitchen linoleum floors than any other self-polishing wax. They agree that its extra toughness guards linoleum better against wear, dirt, and spilled things, so that its bright colors and attractive patterns stay new-looking longer. If you've never tried this most popular of all wax floor polishes, you'll find Glow Coat astonishingly easy to use. There's no rubbing or buffing at all. Just spread it around on the floor, let it dry, and your work is done. Glow Coat shines as it dries. In only 20 minutes, your floors are ready to use and amazingly clean and sparkling, never streaked or uneven. For greater floor beauty and greater floor protection, be sure to ask for Glow Coat, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
What on earth is... Come in.
Somebody here call for an ambulance?
Oh, yeah, I did, Bud. Take me down to Gusset's tailor shop, will you? Next door to the Bon Ton.
What is this, McGee? Why the ambulance?
Well, all I got to wear is a bathrobe. I'd look kind of funny on the streetcar.
I thought you said somebody was going to the hospital.
Somebody is, a guy by the name of Gusset. I'll see you later, Molly. Good night.
Good night.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present the Fibber McGee and Molly Show, consisting of Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, B. Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, and I'm Harlow Wilcox. Molly, we regret to say, being absent this week, a flu victim. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. What's the most difficult part of your home to keep clean? Isn't it your kitchen floor? Every time you have it looking nice, somebody tracks it up or you spill something or the children bring in mud. But if you know the secret, it's really quite easy to have a kitchen floor that's clean and shining all the time. Just get some Johnson's Glow Coat, and in no time at all, you'll have a kitchen floor that fairly sparkles. There's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. Just spread it around on the linoleum and let it dry. That's all there is to it. All you do is come back in 20 minutes to find your floor polished and gleaming, never streaked or uneven. Next time someone tracks in mud or you spill something, just wipe the floor with a damp cloth, and it'll shine like new again. Apart from this handsome wax polish beauty, you'll know, too, that your attractive linoleum is wax protected by that tough film of Glow Coat so that it will retain its bright colors and pattern and newness far longer. Try it. Be sure to ask for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. When a man persists in walking through the snow and slush with no overshoes, when he goes out into the sub-zero morning to get the mail in his bathrobe, when he runs around his cold bedroom floor with bare feet, what inevitably happens? That's right, his wife gets the flu. That's why the doctor is at 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
How is she, Doc. How is she, Doc? Is she all right, Doc?
Oh, be quiet, you little fuss budget. Molly has a light case of flu, that's all. She has all the medicine she needs, and the balance of my prescription consists of at least 24 hours rest in bed.
Okay, Doc, okay. I'll see that she gets it, and I'll make her some hot lemonade every half hour. I'll keep reminding her to take her medicine. I'll take
That's exactly what I was afraid of. Leave the woman alone. Go away and hide. Lose yourself.
Yeah, but what if she needs
If
something?
she needs anything, Mrs. Carstairs will see that she gets it.
Carsty, is she coming over?
Yes, she did a great deal of nursing during the war. When I'm short of nurses, she helps me out.
Oh.
Incidentally, you don't look very well yourself. Get your bay window caught in a waffle iron or something?
No, I ate something last night that didn't agree with me.
What?
Oh, just a little sandwich I fixed up about midnight. Fried egg, bologna, Bermuda onion, cream cheese, and mustard pickle.
Oh, fine. Rigor mortis on rye bread.
No, whole wheat.
Well, how did you sleep?
Like a log.
You don't say.
Like a log was laying across my stomach.
My boy, you have interior arrangements that would make a 40-ton drill press look like it was made of sponge cake. In all my weary years of practicing medicine, I never...
Oh, that must be Carsty now. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Carstairs. Nice of you to come over.
I'm very glad to help Mrs. McGee out, Doctor. And good evening, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsty. I sure appreciate this. I hope it ain't interfering with any social engagement. Hey, your fur coat's all rained on. Here, let me hang it up before it gets ruined.
Rain won't hurt it, McGee.
Of course not. To quote an old joke, did you ever see a mink carrying an umbrella? Have you any instructions for me, Doctor, or any suggestions?
Well, they're all written out on the hall table upstairs, Mrs. Carstairs. You know the usual routine. Keep her warm, quiet, feed her lightly.
Yeah, just let me know when you want something cooked up for her, Carsty, like milk toast or hot log.
Look, bird brain, I'm going to take you out of here. You're going downtown and have dinner with me.
Yeah, but Doc, suppose she needs me for something.
The only thing she needs right now is a little less confusion. Confusion spelled M-C-G-E-E.
I shall prepare anything she wants, Mr. McGee. Just set your mind at rest.
What, you mean you can cook, Carsty?
My dear Mr. McGee, when I first met Mr. Carstairs, I was slinging hash I was dietitian in a Greek restaurant. Oh, my goodness. I'd better take a look at my patient. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. McGee.
Come on, McGee, get your leggings and mittens on. We'll go downtown and kick a few calories around.
Oh, gee, Doc, I don't think I ought to. I ought to stay here.
Get your coat and stop arguing, Noisy, or they'll find your body in a snowdrift strangled with a stethoscope.
Okay. Where'll we go?
We might try that new place on Oak Street, Joe's Gravy Bowl.
You ever eat there?
No, but my office nurse told me she had.
You like it?
No, but she said she ate there under unfortunate circumstances.
What unfortunate circumstances?
She was hungry. Come on, McGee. Quit stalling. I've got to have dinner and get back to the hospital so I can...
Oh, come in.
Hello there, kids. Hiya, Doc. Where's daughter, Johnny?
She's got the flu upstairs, old-timer. And lower your voice about 40 decibels. You sound like the mating call of a sea lion.
Okay, fellas. Sorry to hear about the kid. Anything I can do?
No thanks, old-timer, not a thing. Hey, we're having dinner at Joe's Gravy Bowl. You know anything about it?
Hey?
Do you know anything about
Joe's Gravy Bowl, eh? I know one of the waitresses down there, Lily Dugan.
Yeah?
Fine girl. Maybe you've seen her in there. Tall, red-headed kid with half your coffee in the saucer.
We never ate there, old-timer.
How's the food?
Hey!
I said
not bad, Johnny, not bad at all. Ask for their T-bone steak smothered in mushrooms with sauce, bordelaise. You don't get it, but it's fun to watch their face when you ask for it.
Would you care to join us for dinner, old-timer? We'll flip a coin, odd man for the check.
Sorry, Sawbones, I'd like to join you, but I got a date to go horseback riding with my girl, Bessie.
Horseback riding?
On a night like this?
Hey!
You mean to say you
Yeah,
know?
on the merry-go-round down at the stadium. Yep, I got a dandy little mare down there, run with glass eye. 3-gated. Up, down, and wobble. This is our last time. Bessie's getting bow-legged.
Did she say so?
No, but the pleats in her skirt are beginning to open up.
I had a horse once that could talk, old-timer.
Hey!
He said he had a horse.
Talking horse, eh? Say, that's wonderful, Johnny. What'd you do with him?
I sold him. He was an Arabian horse, and nobody understood Arabian.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says, I see where we might be able to travel to the moon one of these days. Where What do you mean one of these days, says t'other feller. My sister's already been there. No, says first feller. Yep, says t'other feller. Got a picture of her sitting in it. Took at Coney Island. Well, I hope daughter feels better, Johnny.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and I can't begin to tell.
Now, come on, Doc. Move those fat little legs of yours, will you? It's starting to rain hard.
Yeah, it's too bad they can't have a little of this rain out west where the soil is blowing away.
Yeah, my gosh. Half an hour of this rain right now would do them more good in 5 minutes than a month of it would do in a week at any other time.
How was that again, Pivot Tooth?
I says a half an hour of this rain would do them more... Oh, hey, there's Latrivia. Hi, Latrivia.
Hello, McGee. Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Evening, Mr. Mayor. Better step into this doorway out of the rain. That's it.
Let me in there, too.
You know, Mr. Mayor, I like to be present when you get over pneumonia, not while you acquire it.
After a few years in the Coast Guard, Doctor, dry clothing seems a trifle effeminate. McGee, where's Molly?
She got bit by the flu bug, Latrivia. I had to get Doc out of the house so she'd get well quicker.
Little Gabby here is not what you might call a soothing influence to the ailing, Mr. Mayor. He was yammering around the house like a Southern senator reading corset ads into the Congressional Record. So I'm taking him to Joe's Gravy Bowl for dinner. You ever eat there, Latrivia?
As a matter of fact, McGee, I just came from there.
What'd you have to eat?
Sand dabs.
Sand dabs?
Yes, that's fish with little dabs of sand in them.
Well, if that's such a bad place to eat, why don't you go someplace else?
Well, I eat there for old time's sake, McGee. I went to college with the owner. As a matter of fact, we both played in the school band.
What did you play, Mr. Mayor?
I played a tuba.
Tuba what?
It wasn't a tube of anything. It was a musical instrument.
Oh, that's pretty ingenious, Latrivia. What'd you do, hold your finger over the end and squeeze it? I knew a guy could play an air hose at the filling station like it was a bagpipe.
I'm afraid I didn't make myself clear, McGee. I played the tuba. Don't you know what a tuba is?
That all depends on what it's a tuba. Boy, Doc, get in there and pitch.
I tell you, it was not a tube of anything. It was a tuba. T-U-B-A. Tuba.
Well, we're being a little silly, McGee. You know what a tibia is? That's the inner and larger bone of your leg.
Oh, sure, tubia. I used to play it.
I did not say tibia. I said tuba. It's a wind instrument, as I'm sure everyone in the world but you two gentlemen knows.
Wind instrument, eh? What'd you do, hollow out the bone, kind of like a primitive flute? Gee, that must have been fun.
It was not a bone, I tell you. It was brass.
Oh, now you know better than that, Mr. Mayor. Nobody ever had a brass tibia.
I
I didn't say anybody had a tubular, a brassica. Listen, I said I played a tuba.
But you didn't say a tuba what?
Of course I didn't! A tuba doesn't have to be a what or a tibular. I mean to say that a wind instrument, a brass tibia, a tuba, it's a thing. Every orchestra has a brassica tibia. Tibia.
McGee? Doctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes? Do you like to play baseball?
I love the trivia.
So do I, Mr. Mayor.
Then I think I'll write a letter to Cleveland tomorrow. I think you should both be given back to the Indians.
Well, how was I, McGee?
Oh, you were great, Doc. Molly would have been proud of you.
You better not overdo it with him, though.
Huh?
Not with his blood pressure. He'll blow up like a bubble dancer's balloon at a Legion stag. Hey, is this the restaurant, McGee?
Looks like it, Doc. Yeah, this is it.
Crowded, isn't it, huh?
Yeah, that don't mean anything these days, Doc. These days, you put a camp in a snake pit, and people would stand in line 3 deep to get a plate of French fried heartburn at $3 a spasm. Hey, Bud, how about a table for 2?
I'm sorry, sir. There was just a few moments' wait. Did you have a reservation?
No, we didn't. We couldn't find your name in the phone book.
I know. I have an unlisted number, sir. Keeps out the riffraff. I'll seat you very shortly.
Well, not a bad-looking joint, is it? Clean, at least. Maybe they...
Oh, look, McGee, there's Wilcox.
Well, it can't be so bad if he eats here. Hi, Junior.
Hello, pal. Hello, Doc. Where's Molly?
Home with the flu, my boy. Getting egghead here out from underfoot was part of my prescription.
You just finishing eating, Junior? What'd you order?
Well, I ordered eggs stuffed with caviar for an appetizer. Then a cup of puree de Mongol julienne, a mixed green salad with Roquefort dressing, baked mountain trout with almond sauce, a side order of French fried zucchini, baked Alaska, and a demi-tasse.
You got all that stuff?
No, that's what I ordered. I got a club sandwich and a glass of milk.
How was the club sandwich?
Great, great. I could even taste the clubs. I think they'd been used by the Keystone Cops.
I take it you haven't got a very high regard for this June Junior. Maybe we should do the one about the Coast Guard. But what do you eat here for, Junior, if it's so bad?
Lower your voice, pal. The proprietor buys a lot of glow coat from us.
Oh.
Have you been out in the kitchen?
No, we haven't, Junior. Is it pretty awful?
No, it's awful pretty. Immaculate. The linoleum shines like a mirror. You know how easily spilled things are wiped off of Johnson's glow-coated linoleum.
Oh, yes, I know how that is.
Well, these people keep the place so clean that you could even operate out there, Doc.
Well, if somebody will give me a knife and a pork chop, I'd like to operate in here.
The owner told me that even with the wear and tear on a busy restaurant kitchen like this, the linoleum lasts a lot longer and looks infinitely better when he protects it with glow coat.
Yes, but
he says that with the help shortage and all, they can't spend all day scrubbing kitchen floors. But with glow coat so easy to use and requiring no rubbing or buffing, it's a cinch.
Yeah,
you just pour it out, spread it around, and in 20 minutes or less...
Yeah, but what's that got to do with it?
That's why I don't want you fellas to criticize too loudly. He's doing the best he can under difficulties.
Oh, yeah.
And personally, I'd rather eat bad cooking from a clean kitchen than fine food from a messy one. Say, incidentally, what did you order?
We haven't ordered anything yet, Waxy. So far, we've been given the brush like a couple of bad boys on Papa's knee.
What do you recommend, son?
I don't recommend anything, Doc. I was just going to say that if you try the Swiss steak, you'll understand why the Swiss are always neutral. That would take the fight out of anybody. So long now.
Let's go someplace else, Doc. See, if they don't want to...
I have a nice table for you now, gentlemen. Right this way, please. Will this table be satisfactory?
It will be if you put something on it to eat.
This place is a little run down, ain't it, Bud? No ketchup on the table.
Your waitress will get you some if you wish, sir. Susie, table 12. Here are the menus, gentlemen.
Thank you. Tell me, what is the chef's specialty?
Drinking lemon extract, sir. But if you have any difficulty, please call me.
Well, seems to be a pretty good choice of stuff, Doc. Chicken would suit me. It's scratched off my menu. How about the roast beef? Roast beef is scratched off my menu.
Well, we might try the lobster thermidor.
That's scratched off my menu. How about the turkey curry?
That's off mine.
Lamb chops? Off mine. Liver and bacon?
Off.
Pork? Off.
What else is there?
The only thing left that ain't scratched off either one of our menus is this here closed all day Monday. I think I'll have that on whole wheat.
Oh, they must have a few things.
Okay, folks, I'm your waitress. What did you want?
What do you got?
I asked you first. Let's play fair.
My peristalsis has slowed up so much by now it would take me 5 minutes to hiccup. What's ready, Susie?
The hard rolls is nice.
Look, sis, we didn't come all the way down here to dine off on hard rolls. How's the minute steak?
Well named. The minute you eat it, you wish you hadn't.
We don't want to be fussy, Susie, but what can you recommend?
Sir, I do not wish to seem unloyal to my employer, but there's a hamburger stand 2 blocks north of here.
Come on, sis. Surely you must have something fit to eat in here. What are all these other people eating?
Well, let me see, mister. Those 4 men at the next table, they're gamblers. They're having the chicken croquettes.
How about the 2 ladies at the 3rd table there?
That's the boss's wife and his sister. They're having sliced ham and potato salad.
Well, that ain't much of a dish for a cold night like this, sis, but I'll have that.
I'll ask them if they can spare you some. They brung theirs with them.
Look, Susie, knowing what you know, and I'll bet it's plenty, what would you suggest we eat?
Omelet.
Okay, that'll do it. 2 omelets. Okay, Doc?
Okay.
2 eggs or 3 eggs?
Does it matter?
Well, with 3 eggs, you got another 33 and a 3rd chance to get a tired one. Why push your luck?
Okay. 2 eggs then, and lots of fried potatoes and ketchup.
Coffee now or later?
I'll have mine now.
Me too.
In here, we call that a suicide pact. Okay, gents, just write the names of your nearest relatives on the tablecloth, and I'll take care of everything.
And here are the King's Men to sing Personality.
Mary Smith had a college education. Sally Jones had a scientific streak. Susie Lynn used to lecture on ancient architecture. Josie Green spoke Latin and Greek. Just forgotten girls with forgotten brains. While history explains, when Madame Pompadour was on the ballroom floor, said all the gentlemen obviously, the Madam has the cutest personality. And think of all the books about the Barry's looks, what was it made her the toast of Paris? She had a well-developed personality. And what did Romeo see in Juliet? Or Piero in Violet? Or Jupiter in Juno? You know. And when Salome danced and had the boys entranced, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality. What did Romeo see in Juliet? Or Piero in Violet? Or Jupiter in Juno? You know. And when Salome danced and had the boys entranced, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality.
How was your omelet, McGee?
Not bad, Doc. What was of it? That was a 2-egg omelet, though. They must have used canary eggs.
Mine was a little skimpy, too. I tried to fill up on bread and butter. Wasn't enough butter.
Wasn't enough anything. I never did get any water.
Yeah, I saw you trying to get the waitress's attention.
I've been beckoning to her for so long, I got a Charlie horse in my forefinger. Here.
did you want me, folks?
Yes, give me the check, will you, please?
Oh, it's my check, Doc. You suggested this for Molly's sake, so I'll pay.
All right.
You don't put up much of a fight, do you, Pat?
On what I've had to eat, I couldn't Indian wrestle Margaret O'Brien. How much is it, Susie?
$4.40, gentlemen. And believe me, it's been a distinct pleasure to have waited on you.
$4.40? Did you hear that, Doc?
Yes, I did. The tablecloth must be by Adrian.
$4.40 for the privilege of sitting here with a bent port, a dry water glass, and malnutrition. By George.
Calm yourself, blowtorch, calm yourself. Come on, pay that ransom note and let's get out of this turnip trap.
Let me check it again. Here. Hey, look at this, Doc.
Look at what?
What it says on the back of this check. If you have any criticisms or suggestions for the improvement of our food or service, please notify the manager. Oh, boy, hang on to your hat, Doc. Here we go. Hey, manager, come here a minute.
Well, as the man said when they found an elephant in his stateroom, I brought this on myself.
Yes, sir, did you wish to speak to me?
Indeed I did, Buster. I have a few criticisms and suggestions I'd like to offer as per your request on the dinner check.
That's very kind of you, sir. What are they?
In the first place, why don't you give your patrons a glass of water now and then? What did you do before you ran a restaurant? Herd camels?
You're quite right to complain, sir. I realize the help we have now is inadequate.
And as long as you're running a restaurant, did it ever occur to you to get some food in the joint?
I know our supplies are inadequate, sir, but if you only know the trouble we have getting meat and butter...
Oh, leave the man alone, Moose Jaw. It isn't entirely his fault.
He asked for suggestions, and he's going to get a judgment. Look, Buster, look at this steak knife. You not only haven't got steaks, but if you had, you couldn't cut the gravy with this thing.
I know, sir, I know. I agree with you completely.
And another
thing. Do
you
you mind if I smoke while you burn?
No, go ahead, Doc. And another thing, Buster, the service. I never waited so long to get waited on in my life. You come in here.
Excuse me, sir. Were you ever in the restaurant business?
No, I wasn't.
Well, you are now, sir.
Huh?
I'm a lot sicker of it than you are.
Huh?
If you've only been here two hours and I've been here 2 months, I'm giving the place to you.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Bud. I didn't mean to...
Attention, please. Patrons of Joe's Gravy Bowl.
No.
This establishment has just been changed. Your new proprietor is Mr. What's your name, sir?
Patsy McGee.
Your new proprietor, Mr. Patsy McGee. Thank you and goodbye forever.
Well, now that you're the owner, McGee, I have a few suggestions to make you... Oh, grab a sugar bowl, McGee. Here they come.
What the... Oh, how did it... Who's the...
Look here, mister, I found a nail in my
Hey,
steak.
this harmless library paste mashed potatoes, brother. I've got a good
Oh,
note.
now, just a minute, folks.
I want to grab the water. Hey, where's my Welsh rabbit?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
A poet once wrote, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases." Well, since that was written over 100 years ago, obviously the poet wasn't thinking of Johnson's wax because it wasn't even made then. But it occurred to me how well those words do apply to this wonderful wax. Certainly, with their lovely luster and gleaming polish, waxed floors, furniture, and woodwork are things of beauty, a joy to you and your family and everyone who sees them. And with every application of Johnson's wax, their loveliness does increase. In addition to all this extra shining beauty, Johnson wax surfaces are easier to keep clean, too. Dust and dirt don't cling readily to their satin smoothness, so you save yourself lots of work. And because a coating of Johnson's wax provides protection, you save the lovely things in your home from undue wear and tear. If you haven't a can of genuine Johnson's wax in your home, why not put it on your shopping list right now?
Ladies and gentlemen, between Pearl Harbor and VJ Day, there were more than 355,000 people killed, 1.25 million permanently disabled, and nearly 35 million injured. On the battlefronts? No. Right here at home. By accident. That's a pretty shameful figure when you realize that from 50 to 90% of them were due to sheer carelessness. So during these days of worn tires, faulty brakes, and general readjustment, be extra careful. Take a little more time. Take a little more care. Take a lot fewer lives. Thank you, and I'm sure Molly will be back with us next week. Good night.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, B. Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, and they call me Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, I get a real kick out of seeing someone use a wax polish for the first time. Because the minute they wax a chair or table and see that wonderfully rich, gleaming wax polished luster, they simply can't wait to wax polish all the rest of their home. I think you will be that way, too, and here's why. For one thing, your floors, when wax protected, have a rich, mellow beauty that sets off your furnishings to full advantage. Then Johnson's Wax brings out the beautiful natural grain of things like tabletops and gives them a truly gorgeous, sunshiny luster. Furniture glows and sparkles handsomely. Leather articles and picture frames have that rich, tasteful, well-preserved look. In fact, when wax polished with Johnson's Wax, your whole house shines and sparkles as it never sparkled before, protected against dirt, wear, and spilled things. I hope you'll try it. You'll be really pleased if you do. Genuine Johnson's Wax, liquid, paste, or cream. Valentine's Day is come and gone. Lincoln and Washington have had their birthdays. In fact, it might as well be spring, which is about the time the Squire of Wistful Vista starts writing his Christmas thank you notes, urged on by his conscience, otherwise known as Mrs. McGee. And here about to start the job, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, the first note you ought to write, dearie, is...
I haven't got to that yet. I got to write a check first.
Whom to?
The Elks Club, $5.
Heavenly days, have you ripped the billiard tablecloth again?
No, the caretaker's got to have appendicitis operation and can't afford it, so all the members are chipping in $5 apiece.
Oh, well, that's very nice, I'm sure. Say, is the caretaker that big fat man named Joe?
Yeah, that's the fellow, Charlie. Doc Gamble's going to do the operation.
I never knew Dr. Gamble to wait till somebody had enough money before he'd operate.
Oh, Doc don't care, but the boys at the club say they hate to see a pot opened without a few chips on the table. Now, let me see. Where's my... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Can't find my fountain pen. You see my fountain pen? The one with a solid gold point on it?
No, I haven't, Pet. You had it yesterday, though.
My gosh, I'd hate to lose that fountain pen. Fred Nittany gave me that pen.
Who?
Fred Nittany. You've heard me speak of Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. He's the guy that I and he used to have a vaudeville act together in vaudeville.
Oh, sure. That Fred Nittany.
Mm-hmm.
Did he give you the pen for Christmas?
No, he gave me that pen in 1922. We signed our first contract with that pen.
Oh, with the Orpheum Circuit?
No, just with each other. I promised I wouldn't sneeze while he was juggling, and he promised not to mug while I was singing Give the Baby a Lacing, Mother. He just threw another shoe. That was one of my...
Come in.
Hello there, kids. How's everything?
Oh, hello, old-timer. Everything's fine, thank you.
Yeah, except I seem to have lost a very valuable fountain pen.
Lost a what, Johnny?
I lost a
fountain pen, eh? That's too bad. I'd like to take mine, but I haven't got one.
Well, this pen of mine has got a lot of sentimental value to me, old-timer. My old vaudeville partner gave me it.
Your old what, Johnny?
My old...
Gee willikers, were you in vaudeville, Johnny? So was I.
Well, were you really, old-timer? What kind of an act did you have?
Magic, daughter. Used to saw a lady in half. but I couldn't stand it very long.
Why not?
Hey?
I says, why couldn't
Well, sure, every time I'd see my assistant off stage, he'd kind of laugh and say, "Who was that lady I saw with you last night?" I got so sick of that joke, I give up the act and joined the CBs. That was right after Pearl Harbor.
You mean Pearl Harbor?
No, Pearl Harbor, daughter. She was the girl I sawed in half. She took on so much weight it stretched my act 10 minutes, sawing her in two.
I had a song and dance act myself, old-timer.
Yeah. The only way I can get my husband to dance even now is to pay him for it.
That's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to his doctor, "Say," he says, "every time I eat strawberries, my skin breaks out. Can you cure me?" "I don't know," says the doctor. "I hate to make any rash promises." Well, I hope you find your pants, doctor.
McGee, where'd you use your fountain pen last?
I know I had it yesterday when I was making out my income tax. Hey, what was I wearing yesterday?
Let me see. Your blue serge suit.
I was? Oh, well, my gosh, all I got to do is run upstairs and look in the vest pocket.
No, McGee.
Huh?
Your blue serge suit went to the cleaner this morning.
What? With my fountain pen in it?
Yeah.
Didn't you go through the pockets before you sent it?
Well, Natch, I always do. But I didn't see anything in your fountain pen. May have slipped down through the lining, though.
Doggone those cleaners anyway. Deliberately walking out of here with my blue serge suit with my fountain pen in it. That's practically burglary, that's what it is. That's stealing.
Oh, for goodness sakes, now, if they find it, they'll return it. They're very reliable people.
Well, they better find it, that's all I gotta say. Walking into people's houses like that and practically stealing people's valuable gold-pointed fountain pens that Fred Whitney gave them. If that's the way people are running their business nowadays, I'm glad I'm not living 100 years from now if it gets any worse.
Now, nonsense, dear. You're making a big fuss about nothing. You fly off the handle like a 30-cent hammer.
I'm going to fly down to that cleaning place and make them return my fountain pen. Get your hat and coat, baby.
I'll just do that little thing, McGee. Even if you don't find your fountain pen, the fresh air will cool you off a little.
Yeah.
Now, you lock up the house whilst I get my...
Okay, betcha. Make it snappy. All up. Ah, there goes a good kid. How she ever puts up with these nasty moods of mine, I'll never know. Except that she knows they never last more than a half hour. Once a week. Usually Tuesdays. But even so, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. State your business briefly now, sis, because I'm very busy right now. I gotta get downtown.
Oh, well, gee, mister, I didn't come over here because I wanted to. I came because you told me to.
What?
You told me to come over yesterday, remember?
No, I don't.
Well, you did, I betcha.
What were the circumstances?
Well, the circumstances were I saw you in the drugstore, and Mr. Toops was weighing himself, and you got on the scale with him and divided the weight by 2 so you wouldn't have to pay another penny. And I said you were cheating the drugstore man, and you said, don't be nosy, and if I came over today, you'd tell me a story. Those were the circumstances.
Well, I'm sorry, sis. I haven't got time today. Maybe some other time.
Okay, I'll tell. I'll tell everybody. I'll tell the drugstore man and the newspapers,
Okay. Cut it out. I'll tell you a story.
Thanks, mister. You're awful nice to little children.
Okay. I ever tell you about Myrtle the turtle?
No.
Well, sir, once upon a time there lived a turtle named Myrtle. She laid dozens and dozens of eggs, and they all hatched out into little baby turtles, so everybody called her Myrtle the fertile turtle. One day there was a big earthquake, which threw Myrtle over on her back. And when a turtle gets through on its back, it's just simply helpless. Yes, sir. Well, sir, the baby turtles were too dumb to know what to do. They thought Mama was just taking some exercises, so they hung around and watched while she kicked her legs this way and that, jerking and twitching. And she made so much commotion that some turtle hunters saw her and grabbed her and all the young turtles and sold them all to a restaurant, and they all wound up as turtle soup. And you know what that all goes to prove, sis?
Sure I do, I betcha.
What?
Just because you're upset about something, you don't have to get everybody else in a stew.
Right.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and 3 little words.
the house all locked up, let's get down to that dry cleaner's. I'm going to read them fountain pen stealers a riot at it. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they'd planned this whole thing. Just waiting for a chance to get my gold-pointed fountain pen.
I'll bet you're right, McGee.
Betcha.
Yes, sir. I'll bet they invested $50,000 in that dry cleaning plant 19 years ago, with the very idea in mind of someday getting a hold of your $5 fountain.
Well, that ain't so silly. How about the time I left my wallet and my gray pants with $17 in it? How about that?
Well, how about it? They returned it the next day, didn't they?
Sure they did. And why? Just to keep me from getting suspicious, that's why. If they're out after fountain pens, they ain't going to monkey around with monkey around with mere money. By George.
Looks like we wouldn't be leaving for a minute, McGee. Come in.
Hello, Molly.
Hello there, Dr. Gamble. Come right in.
Thank you. What are you looking so sour about, persimmon puss?
You'd look sour too, Aerosmith, if somebody had deliberately stole your solid gold-pointed fountain pen that had been given to you by Fred Nittany from Starved Rock.
Not really stolen, Doctor. He left it in a suit that went to the cleaners, he thinks.
Better be careful of those accusations, Chowderhead. Or one of these days, you're going to be the surprised possessor of a slander suit with 2 pairs of pants. Incidentally, who's Fred Nittany, if anybody?
Why, Fred Nittany's his old vaudeville partner, Doctor. He gave McGee the fountain pen years ago.
Vaudeville? Were you in vaudeville, McGee? I used to go to the theater every week when I was a young man going to medical school. I don't remember seeing you.
So what? I don't remember seeing you either. Well, the 15-cent seats were usually so far back.
Oh, I almost forgot, McGee.
Forgot what, Captain Happy?
Are you coming to the board meeting at the Elks tonight? Only 10 or 12 left.
I can't make it, Doctor. Sorry. You take 6 for me, will you? I'll pay you later.
Okay. Good night, Molly.
Night. Take 6 of what for you, McGee? What kind of a board meeting is it?
Punch board. Hey, we got to get down to the dry cleaners, Molly. Every minute we waste is more time for them burglars to hide the evidence. Come on, let's go. Bye, George.
Now, just a minute, McGee. Are you sure you left it in that suit? Have you looked around the house thoroughly?
No, and I don't have to. I always carry that pen in that blue serge suit. On account of it leaks a little, and the blue serge suit don't show it. And furthermore...
Hello, folks. I just thought I'd drop... Oh, you going out?
Down to the dry cleaners, Mr. Wilcox. They have a suit of McGee's in which he thinks he left a valuable to nobody but him fountain pen.
The intrinsic value is of no import. It's the sentimental value, Junior. My old vaudeville partner, Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois, gave me that pen.
He thinks more of his pen than the government does of Alcatraz, Mr. Wilcox.
You know how sentimental all these old vaudevillians are, Molly. I was an actor once, and I know.
What do you mean, once? You're so hammy right now, you use mustard-flavored shaving cream.
Now, McGee.
Well, he's right, Molly. I still have a kind of a yen to go back on the stage. You know, I always wanted to do Romeo.
Do Juliet a favor, Buster, and lay off. You're getting a little broad across the pistol pockets for tight.
Oh, I don't know about that, McGee. I think Mr. Wilcox would be a very handsome Romeo. Do you know the part, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, sure. As a matter of fact, I just wrote it out for a little entertainment they're putting on tomorrow night for the Johnson Wax salesman. Here, see?
Look, Junie, anytime you write Shakespeare for them guys, the stage is going to be hip-deep in Johnson's wax. Enter Lady Macbeth, lower left, with a roll-top desk. That kind of stuff.
Oh, but McGee, this looks awfully good. Read it, Mr. Wilcox.
Okay, I'll be Romeo. You read Juliet's part.
Oh, my gosh, this is going to set Orson Welles back 20 years.
You be quiet now, McGee. Go ahead, Mr. Wilcox.
Act 2, Scene 2, Capulet's Garden. Enter Romeo.
High-wheel bicycle.
I steer you.
Enter Romeo. He jests at scars that never felt a wound.
Juliet appears above that window.
Shotgun.
But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
Ah, me.
She speaks. What dost thou, fair Juliet?
I dust yon living room, my Romeo. My father, the Capulet, would have a prideful home, so Johnson's wax protects his worldly goods. And I know slaves the household task, make light of labor thus so neatly foiled.
Ain't this awful, folks?
Ah, sweet Juliet, a goodly spouse you'll make, to know that dust and dirt cling not to wax-protected things.
That's Capulet.
Would that our love could be as well preserved.
It can, my Romeo, and gleam as brightly as a Johnson polished gold. This very balcony from which I speak, its wood is shielded from the elements by wax. Where's the rest of this, Romeo? Or Mr. Wilcox?
Well, that's all I had time to do. I'm going to finish it this evening. How do you like it?
If you're asking me, Waxy, I'll settle for Olson and Johnson. Your Shakespeare's as phony as a 6-bit and a rinse.
I thought it was wonderful, Mr. Wilcox. Have you got to go now?
Yeah. I'll see you later, folks.
Whence goest thou, Romeo?
Homeo.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. Isn't he talented, McGee? I think he has a great flair for the theater.
If he had any bigger flair, our fire insurance wouldn't be worth a nickel. Hey, what time is it?
It's almost 1/2 past.
Oh, my gosh, we gotta get going, Molly. Them dry cleaners might be closed up and skipping town by this time. Gone it, we never will get out of here at this rate.
I think there's a power watching over you, dearie, trying to keep you from making a dunce of yourself. Come in. Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? I see you have your coat on. Am I detaining you?
We're just going down to the dry cleaners, Carsty. They stole my fountain pen.
Oh, now, wait a minute, McGee. That's a serious charge to make, you know.
If it was the Wistful Vista dry cleaners, Mr. McGee, I must say I have always found them extremely meticulous.
Aha, you hear that, Molly? Even Carsty says they're meticulous. I knew it. I had a feeling...
Meticulous, dearie, meticulous means careful.
Huh? Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Is that what you meant, Carsty?
Yes, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Mr. Carstairs has left jewelry in his pockets many, many times, and the cleaners have always returned it immediately. He's so absent-minded, you know.
Is he really, Millicent?
Oh, yes, indeed, my dear. Why, just last night as we were coming home in a taxicab from a rather gay party, he leaned over to me and said, "Remember now, not a word of this to my wife."
What did you say, Carsty?
Oh, I said, "Of course not, dear, but you better get out a block or two from the house." And he did.
Oh, it must be a little disturbing to be married to a man like him, Millicent.
Oh, he's quite harmless, Mrs. McGee. One can't dislike a beagle merely because he thinks he's a wolf. Oh, which reminds me, my dear, will you go to the dog show with me Friday afternoon?
Sure she will, Carsty, and so will I.
You, how nice.
I just love dog shows, Millicent. Is your dog in the show?
Yes, she is, and I hope she goes through with it this year.
Why? What happened last year, Carsty?
At the last minute, she scratched herself.
Oh,
Well, I do hope you find your pen, Mr. McGee. Good day.
And here are the King's Men with Onesie Twosie.
You'd never think arithmetic was something you'd enjoy. But when it's done a certain way, it's fun for every girl and boy. Onesie, twosie, I love yousie, twosie, threesie, you kiss mesie, threesie, foursy, kiss some moresy, let's go counting higher. Foursy, fivesy, man alivesy, fivesy, sixy, hug me quicksy, 60, 70, this is heavensy, my heart's on a flyer. Keep the numbers going till the song is done. Love will keep on growing and we'll have lots of fun. 70, 80, you're my 80, 80, 90, ain't this fancy, 90, 10, start again, see what you see, I love you, see. Oh, you gotta count onesie, twosie, cause I'm choosy, I'll kiss you, see. Twosie, threesie, it's so easy, you kiss me, see. Threesie, foursy, I adore-sie, kiss some foursy. Why don't we count a little higher? Foursy, fivesy, kind of jivesy, eighty, fifty, livesy. Fivesy, sixty, nothing tricksy, hug me quicksy. 60, 70, how it sends me, this is 70. My heart is slowly catching fire. Keep the numbers going till the song is done. Love will keep on growing and we'll have lots of fun. 70, 80, you're my daisy, this is crazy. 80, 90, sorry, findsy, you are findsy. 90, 10, ain't no endsy, start again, see what a frenzy. And all because I love you.
Where's the dry cleaning place, McGee?
Next block, Oak Street, near 14th. And you see those green lamps in the middle of the block there?
Yes, what's that?
Police station. If these fountain pen thieves don't pony over my gold-pointed fountain pen immediately or sooner, I'm going to swear out a warrant.
Hold it, McGee. Here comes Mr. Wimple.
Huh? Who? Oh, hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, folks.
Out for a little walk, Mr. Wimple?
Yes, I'm just seeking inspiration, Mrs. McGee. I find that walking helps me think.
Inspiration for what, Wimp?
Poetry, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
I have an order for some greeting cards, and I have to write them tonight. I think I have a good one for Mother's Day.
Oh, I'd love to hear it, Mr. Wimple. How does it go?
It goes, Mama, dear Mama, this is your day. So drop your work, come out and play. Hear the children sing good wishes. Then go back and do the dishes.
That's more truth than poetry, Wimp. Not that it's much of either one.
Have you any others, Mr. Wimple?
Well, I was working on one for a friend that's sick in the hospital. Sort of a sympathy card.
Oh, I bet this one will have him in stitches. Read it, Wimp.
It goes, to a friend who is sick. I'm sorry you are sick, my friend. I'm sorry you are ill. In a place where they wake you up at 4 to give you a sleeping pill. I hope you have a lovely nurse to help when fever starts to boil you. And if you have, move over, kid, because I'll be right down there to join you. Well, I'll see you later, folks.
Here's the dry cleaning place, Molly. Now, you let me do the talking.
Oh, I know better than to try and stop you, dearie. But now be reasonable.
What do you mean, be reasonable? With guys that deliberately stole my fountain pen? Come on.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
You picked up a blue serge suit at my house this morning, Bud.
Yes?
And my husband thinks he left his fountain pen in it.
I know darn well I left my fountain pen in it. I always have my pen in that blue serge suit. Now, look, Buster, I want that fountain pen back, or by George...
Oh, now, just a moment, sir. Give us a chance to investigate. I can tell you immediately if your pen has been found. What was the name, please?
Parker.
Your address, Mrs. Parker?
The name is McGee, Bud.
Oh, well, which of you is making the complaint? Mr. McGee or Mrs. Parker?
I am Mrs. McGee. The pen's name was Parker.
It was a solid, gold-pointed, kind of greenish pen that was given to me by a Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. Old partner of mine in vaudeville.
Actors. Do you have an address?
79 Wistful Vista.
Oh, yes, I remember. You've been our customers for many years. Of course, that would be Driver Crylebean, Route 3. Oh, Miss Fregahorn.
Yes, Mr. Houghtontrout.
Was there a fountain pen in a suit from 79 Wistful Vista, Route 3?
No, Mr. Houghtontrout. 2 papers of matches, some pool chalk, a nail file, a rabbit's foot, and a ticket stub for the World Series of 1932. They're in the mail.
Thank you, Miss Fregahorn. No, I'm sorry, Mr. McGee,
But you ain't half as sorry as you're going to be. By George, when a man trusts a business institution like this to be honest, and then has him walk out with a solid gold-pointed fountain pen that was given to him by Fred Nittany...
Now, wait a minute, McGee.
I'm sure, Mr. McGee.
You're sure? You ain't as sure as I am, Buster. I'll bet you got that whole back room there stacked to the ceiling with stolen fountain pens. Deliberately walking into people's homes and taking suits full of fountain pens. That's larceny, Bud. And by George...
May I ask one question, Mr. McGee?
Certainly, Mr. Houghtontrout.
And make it snappy, Bud. One question. What is it?
How would you like a good poke in the nose?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, not only a burglar, but a tough guy, eh? Come out from behind that counter, Buster, and I'll fix you up a knuckle sandwich. Nobody can talk to me like...
No, stop it, both of you. Mr. Houghtontrout, what is the procedure when somebody thinks you have something and you think you haven't?
The proper procedure is to make out a claim blank.
Well, give us one, please.
Certainly. Here you are.
I don't want to make out a claim. I want to bust this fresh guy right in the peaser.
Fill it out, dearie.
Well, okay. Where's the pencil?
They have to be filled out in ink, Mr. McGee. Here, use my pen.
I don't want any favors from you, Si. I'll use my own pen. Now then. Name and address. Describe the lost article. Approximate value.
McGee,
Huh?
where'd you get that pen you're using?
This pen? Well, this was given to me by Fred Nittany from Starved Rock. Well, imagine that, right in this coat all the time.
Go on, apologize to Mr. Houghtontrout, dearie.
Sure. I'm sorry, Houghtontrout, old man.
Quite all right, Mr. McGee. Shall I tear up the plain blank?
Oh, no, I might as well finish it out. Bound to lose this pen sometime. State circumstances on which article...
Oh, this is ridiculous.
The next time you tune in Fibber McGee and Molly, the not-so-merry month of March will be here. How is March around your particular part of the world? Quite probably a little on the wet side. And you know what that means? More mud and dirt tracked into your nice, clean kitchen and hallways. Well, this March, why don't you save yourself a lot of work and worry by using Glow Coat on your linoleum? No matter how much mud is tracked in, you can have a sparkling, clean floor in a jiffy with Johnson's Glow Coat. Just wipe up with a damp cloth, and it shines like new again. It's no trouble at all to Glow Coat linoleum, of course. Just spread it around on the floor and let it dry. Glow Coat shines itself, does all the work. In 20 minutes, your floors are wax polished and beautifully shining, never streaked or uneven. You'll be glad to know that the tough film of Glow Coat protects your linoleum, too, against dirt, wear, and spilled things. That means its bright colors and attractive patterns will stay new-looking far longer. Why not have your linoleum ready for bad weather by using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat?
I'm glad to see you've calmed down, McGee.
Yep. Just sitting here exercising my rights as an American citizen. My old mandolin. I'm a one-man music union.
Meaning what?
I mean, nobody can interfere with my lawful right to peacefully picket.
Oh, dear. Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, B. Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Wesley, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Just about saved my life, Harlow, a friend tells me. I came into my kitchen with wet, muddy feet the other day. I looked at the muddy tracks on the floor. I looked at my wife. I waited for an explosion. To my amazement, she hardly said a word. That's where you come in, Harlow, said my friend. Apparently, you persuaded my wife to use your Johnson's Glow Coat. She says it's no trouble at all to keep her kitchen floor clean now. Well, it's true. When you Glow Coat your kitchen floor, it really is easy to keep it clean and sparkling. You see, Johnson's Glow Coat forms a tough, protective wax film that keeps dirt and spilled things from penetrating linoleum. You simply wipe this shining wax surface with a damp mop, and right away its bright colors and patterns are clean and beautiful again. As for applying this famous floor polish, you just spread it around on the floor and let it dry. There's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat shines as it dries, doesn't streak. For a lovely floor that's easy to keep lovely, use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. The McGees of 79 Wistful Vista have worked out an arrangement with the evening paper. Whoever has the energy and ambition to go out and bring it in is entitled to first crack at the news section. So guess who's reading the want ad? As we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Here's an interesting ad, Molly. It says, me too, for sale. Fine saddle horse by a farmer who's moving to town with 5 gates and gentle manners. I'd like to answer that. I've never seen a 5-gated farmer. Here's another ad that... Am I disturbing you?
What do you think?
I think I am. Anything in the news section, kiddo?
Well, quite a bit. And before I forget it, you'd better put plenty of water in the car before we go to the drugstore so it'll stay cool.
Stay cool? Why are you worried about the car staying cool?
Well, look at this headline. Police rounding up large numbers of hot cars. My goodness, the way that car barks.
No. Don't be so naive. That ain't what that means, Molly. A hot car means a stolen car.
Oh.
Now, how come there's been so many jalopy swipes?
Well, too many people leaving their keys in the ignition, according to the police.
Ah, the police, What's the matter with them guys? Sitting around on their big fat precinct stations? Playing pinochle while innocent citizens get their cops cooped. Coop cops. Car stolen. By George, if...
That's not fair now.
Well, why ain't it? My gosh, if them lazy mugs would get out and patrol the streets, you know what it would do?
Certainly. It'd make people like you grumble that they ought to stay in their precinct stations and stop hounding innocent citizens.
Well, gee whiz,
Come in. Oh, good afternoon, Mayor Latrivia. It's nice to see you.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia. You're just the guy I wanted to see. Take a look at this newspaper.
Yeah, pretty crumpled, isn't it? Been sleeping on it?
Never mind what I've been sleeping on. It's what you've been sleeping on that's got this town in a mess.
And what has the mayor been sleeping on,
The
McGee?
job, that's what the mayor's been sleeping on.
Just what is your current complaint, McGee? Has the garbage collector been waking you up in the morning dropping eggshells?
No. He thinks the police department is falling down on the job with the stolen car situation, Mr. Mayor. Not that I agree with him.
Well, why don't your whistleblowing tavern summit mob of Keystone cops get busy with it,
For your information, McGee, if you're capable of assimilating it, our police department has been greatly augmented to cope with the situation.
Augmented my clavicle. Why don't you hire more coppers?
That's what augmented means, sweetheart.
Sure. Huh? Oh, it does?
Yes.
Well, what are you doing about it, Latrivia?
We have started a campaign to get car owners to remove their ignition keys from their cars. We call it the Car Key Club.
Oh, do a lot of people leave their keys in their cars, Mr. Mayor?
More than 60% of the current crop of stolen cars have been taken by youngsters who wanted to go joyriding, Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
And in 9 out of 10 of those cases, the keys left in the ignition were a standing invitation to them.
Well, any sap that's lemon-headed enough to leave his keys in his car deserves to have it stolen.
I almost agree with you.
I notice you have your car keys in your hand, Mr. Mayor. You don't take any chances yourself, do you?
These are not my car keys, Mrs. McGee.
Whose are they?
Yours.
Oh.
You left them in your car out in front. Here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You better be more careful, McGee.
Ah, Pata, nobody get very far with my car. There ain't a tire on it that would roll over a cigar butt without blowing a tube.
The loss of your car does not interest me as much as the youngster who starts himself off as a thief by borrowing it, McGee.
Yeah, and you'd really miss that car, too, if you couldn't take it to go on a fishing trip this summer, dearie.
Oh, my goodness, I'm glad you mentioned fishing, Molly. I've got to stop downtown and pick up some fishing tackle I ordered.
Live bait, Your Honor?
No, I'm a fly fisherman.
Really, Latriv? I'm a fish fisherman myself.
I didn't mean that I fish for flies, McGee. I fish with flies.
Oh, McGee fishes with Dr. Gamble.
No flies for me, Latrivia. I don't want to be distracted when I fish and a lot of flies buzzing around.
Never mind, McGee. That's a pretty sorry attempt, and I refuse to go along with it this time.
Okay.
Where do you buy your flies, Mr. Mayor? Who catches them for you?
Nobody catches them, Mrs. McGee. I tie most of them myself.
You mean so they won't get away before you need them, huh?
It isn't a matter of their getting away, McGee.
Why, of course not if you tie them up tight.
I don't tie them up. I don't tie them tight, I tie them loose. I don't tie them up. I just tie them. Didn't you ever hear of a trout fisherman tying flies?
No, and it must be pretty delicate work, too. I tried to lasso a calf once and couldn't come within a mile of it. But to tie a fly... What do you do, tie their hind legs together and then sew them down?
No, I don't.
I merely take the feathers.
Heavenly days, feathers.
Now, just a darn minute, Latrivia. I and my little wife may be pretty dumb, but feathers on a fly is just...
I didn't say flies had feathers, Father. A feather. I said a fly caught a fish flyer. When a man tries to fly a tie, you know very well that fish flying, try fishing. Fishes is a fly. You... McGee?
Yes?
Did I show you the new fly rod I bought for $10?
Yes, and it was a good buy, Latrivia.
Goodbye, McGee.
And here are the King's Men with Bahia.
Calling and calling me, and so the loneliness deep in my heart calls you. I'm lost in the memory of many dreams ago, when my love was young and you were mine alone. My love for you cannot die, though the oceans run dry, while there's a star in the sky, you are mine, Bahia. Can you hear my lonely cry, Bahia? I will love you till I die.
Gotta get them brakes fixed. You said you wanted to stop at Kramer's drugstore, didn't you?
Yes, thank you. Where shall I meet you?
Oh, I'll come in with you. While you're buying your Kleenex, you think? I'll see if I can get Kramer to break a box of paper clips for me. I only need half a dozen.
You can probably get a dozen now that the steel strike is overdue.
Yes. Well, here's the door of the drugstore, Molly, which we are about to enter for the benefit of those tuning in late. Kramer's drugstore. After you, my dear.
Thank you. Oh, don't you just love the smell of a drugstore, McGee?
Yeah.
Peppermint, licorice, carbolic acid, mayonnaise, tobacco, and wet umbrella. Got 2 pennies, McGee. I want to weigh myself.
You can weigh yourself for 1 penny.
I always do it twice. I never believe it the first time. Or maybe I'm... Oh, for goodness sake. Hello there, Mrs. Carstairs.
How do you do, my dear? Good afternoon, Miss McGee.
Hi, Carsey. If you're waiting for Kramer to fill a prescription for you, you better sit down, Carsey. Takes him 5 minutes to fill the order and 2 hours to type the label.
Nobody ill at your house, I hope, Millicent.
Oh, no, my dear. I just stopped in to get Mr. Carstairs a bottle of his favorite shampoo.
You mean shampoo, Carsey.
Not the kind he likes, Mr. McGee. He prefers a brand scented with tiger lilies. The formula, I believe, is in the proportion of 12 tigers to 1 lily.
Does your husband mark his own hair, Millicent?
Oh, no, my dear. He sends it out. But he sends his own shampoo with it.
Oh, he wears the skull rug, does he, Carson?
Yes, Mr. McGee. I think that's one reason I fell in love with him years ago. I simply adored sitting in front of the fireplace, running my fingers through his hair after he'd gone home.
Your hair is getting a little thin in spots, too, isn't it, McGee?
Yeah, but it isn't baldness.
What is it then, Mr. McGee?
I used to wear a crew haircut, and some of them deserted. Once you get it, girls? Crew, deserted? The humor of the remark lays.
Yes, doesn't it? Well, I see the cook has my package ready. Good day.
Good day, Millicent.
Trouble with her is she's got no sense of humor. She's the kind that groans when you make a pun and then uses the same pun the rest of her life.
Making a pun is like laying an egg, McGee.
Yes, isn't it?
You do all the work on it, and then somebody grabs it, and you never see it again.
Well, oh, my gosh, come on, let's get out of here.
But why? My goodness, we
Over there by the cigar counter. It's more tooth. I don't want him to see me.
But he's one of your best friends. Why don't...
I'll explain later. Hurry up. Oh, phew, that was a close call. Let's drive around a while, Molly.
McGee, I will not stir one step until you explain why you are avoiding an old friend. That's not like you.
The old friend doesn't like me either.
Why not?
Well, a couple of us boys at the Elks Club saw Mort sleeping in a chair tipped up against the wall, and we stuck a couple of fool cues up his pant leg and then give him a hot foot. Mort gave a scream like a wounded brake drum and caught a glimpse of me ducking through the door.
Well, I always said there's nobody more impractical than a practical joker.
Now Mort wants me to pay for his torn pants, and the Elks want me to replace two busted pool cues, and... Oh, my gosh, Molly!
What's the matter? Is it
My car! It's gone! Somebody stole it! I remember leaving it right here by this fire plug. Somebody stole it!
No. Now calm yourself, dearie. Standing here yelling about it won't help. Get back in the drugstore and call the police.
I'll say I'll call the police. Guy can't leave his car for a minute in this town without... Hey, did I take the keys out of it?
No.
Oh.
I did. And I gave them to you, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, come on and help me telephone the cops.
How can I help you make a phone call?
Well, you can tell me my name when I ask you. I'm so excited I probably won't remember. Oh, come on. Where's the phone booth? Oh, here.
You see, Madam, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat... Sorry, buddy, this phone isn't used. Johnson's glow coat not only preserves and protects your linoleum, but it also helps bring back its original beauty and luster.
Yeah,
it requires no rubbing or buffing.
Oh, my gosh. Look, Carlo. Let me use that phone a minute because I got...
Wait, brother, you'll bother me. Get your hand out of that door.
You should know that bothering him in the middle of a sales talk is like slapping a panther in the middle of lunch.
But he didn't realize who I was. He thought I was some stranger.
I've heard people say that you'd make a very nice one.
I'll tell him who I am.
And furthermore, Madam, Johnson's glow coat is extremely simple to use. Just pour it on, spread it around, and let it dry. And in 20 minutes or less, you can walk across a sparkling, gleaming linoleum.
Hey, Waxy. Let me use the phone, will you? It's me, little Fibber.
Glad to know you. My name's Wilcox. Now go away, will you? You see, Madam, spots and still things are so easily removed from a glow-coated floor that housework is greatly simplified. Housewives...
Hey, Waxy, please, listen.
I could look, mister, go send yourself a threatening letter, will you? I'm busy. You see, Madam, with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat...
You'll just have to let him finish, McGee. He's the skyrocket type. Won't come down to earth till he burns himself out.
Yeah, but gee whiz, I don't see why...
You may have the phone now, sir. I'm very sorry that I was... Oh, hello, pal.
Don't call me pal.
Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Where's the nosy pup that was trying to crash the phone booth?
Well, that was himself here, Mr. Wilcox. He's got to call the police.
Somebody stole my car, Junior. I got to report it.
Oh, gee, that's tough, pal. Hey, look, when you get to the police department, ask for my cousin, Big Freddie Wilcox. He's a lieutenant. Here's a handful of nickels.
It'll only cost one nickel, Mr. Wilcox.
Not if you talk to Big Freddie. He doesn't catch on very quick. Usually costs me 35 cents to wish him a Merry Christmas. Well, good luck with it, pal. See you later.
Go on, McGee. Get with it.
Oh, okay. Hello, operator. Give me the police department. Hello, police department. I want to report my car stolen. Yeah, it's a blue sedan with a cracked windshield, a half a Hershey bar in the glove compartment, a bath mat, a lap robe that says Hotel Waldorf onto it, and... Huh? Wait a minute. What's my name, Molly?
Fibber McGee.
You sure?
Yeah.
Hello? Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista. Yeah. Okay, Sarge. Okay, hop to it.
He says they'll put it on the teletype right away, Molly. He says that what's the matter?
Look, dearie, when we get out of the car, where were we?
What do you mean, where were we? We were right in front of Kramer's drugstore, naturally.
And which way did we rush out when you saw Mr. Toots?
Out the side door on 14th Street. That was the nearest to... You mean...
I mean, take a look out the front window. There's our car right where we left it, on Oak Street.
Oh, I'll be a monkey's father's brother. Ah, come on, Molly. Imagine that. All that excitement for nothing.
Well, almost for nothing. It cost you a nickel.
I'll pay a nickel any time to have that car, not to have that car stolen. I wouldn't pay any more than a quarter to have...
Well, hello there, kids. What you doing?
Oh, hello, old-timer. We thought somebody had stolen our car, but we were mistaken.
Hey!
She said we thought our...
Well, I'm glad you found it, kid. Dirty crime to steal anybody's car nowadays. Almost impossible to get a good one.
What are you doing downtown, old-timer?
Hey! Well, Johnny, I come down here to see Doc Gamble. Had a little consultation.
Nothing serious, I hope, old-timer.
Oh, no. You see, kids, when I was in the Seabees, down there in them beautiful sun-kissed, flowery, man-forsaken South Sea Islands, I took so much Atabrine, my system feels like the back room of a drugstore.
Atabrine, huh? That's what they use to cure malaria, isn't it, old-timer?
Hey!
Isn't that what they use to cure?
Yeah, malaria.
What's the treatment, old-timer? What's Dr. Gamble giving you?
Don't run around, daughter. He says I'm a silly old fool.
Why?
Simply because Hey!
Why does he think you're foolish?
Because I asked him to give me malaria to get rid of the Atabrine. Well, I'll find somebody that'll do it. So long, kid.
Well, let's get on home, McGee. This has completely worn me out.
Me too. You got the car keys?
No, you have.
Oh, yeah. Well, in you go, baby.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh. You know what, Molly?
What, McGee?
I forgot to call the cops and tell them we found the car. Remind me to do that the minute we get home.
It won't be necessary, dearie.
Yeah?
You can tell them right now.
What do you mean?
Hear that? What's the matter, officer? Did we go through a stoplight?
No, lady. This car was reported stolen. Your keys, please.
Forget it, officer. This is our own car. I thought somebody swiped it, but
I realize it's a very amusing situation, mister. But if you don't hand me those car keys, you will acquire a bump that will not be of humor.
Are you perchance threatening my husband?
Your husband? And how did a handsome, intelligent-looking woman like yourself happen to marry a car thief? Why, you look much
Don't
too...
call me a car thief, you two-wheel putt-putting ticket waivers. I'll pull you off that scooter and ram your siren so far down your throat you'll talk with a whine till you're 92.
Get out of that car.
No.
He doesn't trust himself, officer. He has a terrible temper.
I don't trust him either. Now listen, you. Start this car and drive straight to police headquarters. Drive slowly, because I'll be right behind you. And one wrong move will get you a 38 slug right in the upholstery. Now get going.
But, officer, if...
Yes.
Got your reading glasses with you, dearie?
No.
I think they're going to throw the book at you.
Yeah, but, officer, for the 900th time, I tell you it's my own car.
He reported it stolen himself, Sergeant.
I'm sorry, but you two people were found driving a stolen car. And you've not identified yourselves to our satisfaction.
Well, call Mayor Latrivia. I tell you, he's a good friend of ours.
We did call him. His secretary says he's out shopping for flies. Whatever that means.
Look now, is there an officer here named Big Freddie Wilcox? He's a cousin of a very good friend of ours, Harlow Wilcox, the Johnson wax man.
Big Freddie Wilcox has retired.
Well, wake him up. My gosh, what's a few minutes sleep compared to getting guys?
He's retired from the police force.
Oh. Did you call any of the other names we gave you?
More toots?
Mr. Toots said you were a dangerous criminal and hanging was too good for you.
Why, that dirty...
Did you call Dr. Gamble?
Couldn't locate him. We left word for him at his office in the hospital.
Mrs. Carstairs?
We tried Mrs. Carstairs. Her maid said she couldn't be disturbed. She was shampooing her husband's hair.
Oh, now look, officer, be sensible. You can see that...
Let me talk a minute, madam. Just as soon as you can identify yourselves, you may leave. And we'll all love it. But this stolen car epidemic is serious. We can't take any chances. If you were a police officer, saw your friends crippled and killed chasing hot cars 80 miles an hour through traffic, you'd be a lot tougher than I.
Oh, I don't doubt that, Bud, but...
If you'd seen as many young boys lifted out of wrecked cars they'd stolen for a thrill, you'd want to make leaving car keys in the ignition a criminal offense.
But we didn't leave our keys in the ignition.
You say you reported the car stolen. A high percentage of stolen cars were taken simply by turning the ignition key.
Doggone it, our car was not stolen. I made a mistake.
Go sit down, both of you. I've got work to do, and Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Hello, Ben. Did you call me?
Oh, McGee, it's Dr. Gamble. Oh, Dr. Gamble, are we ever glad to see you?
Tell this guy who we are, will you, Doc?
I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, sir. I never saw you before in my life.
Well, of all the...
Oh, now, Doc, cut it out. This is no time for that stuff. We want to get out of here. Come on. Come on, Aerosmith. Quit kidding.
This gentleman's name is not Aerosmith. He's Dr. Gamble.
Oh, that's just a joke, Sergeant. My husband always calls him Aerosmith.
Why? Oh, I don't know. I just saw him all the time.
What are these two people charged with, Sergeant?
They were picked up driving a stolen car, Doctor.
Please, Dr. Gamble,
If you want a professional opinion, Sergeant, from a student of human nature and a fine judge of character, if I do say so myself, I'd say the lady is a high type of woman. However, this man has definite criminal characteristics.
Now, just a darn minute, that's all.
Quiet, you. Go on, Doctor.
Notice the lobes of his ears. Practically non-existent. You'll remember what Lombroso said about that.
Guy or Carmen?
And notice, too, the low brow and the rather loose mouth.
Please, Dr. Gamble, let's not carry the silly joke any further. Heavenly
Hey,
days.
Doc. Did you hear what we done to more too? You mean about the pool cues? Yeah, McGee, I did.
Okay, McGee, you win. Turn them loose, Sarge. They're all right.
My goodness, Doctor, you really had me frightened there for a minute.
You vouch for them, do you, Doctor?
He's better vouch for us, Buster, or I'll break every pill in his big fat handbag.
Yes, they're all right, then. Mrs. McGee is one of the finest women I know.
Oh, Doctor, I'll bet you tell that to all the ladies' car thieves.
But her husband can stand watching, Sarge. He's the type that tickles coin telephones with pipe cleaners.
So what? I never made a nickel at it.
Well, come on, McGee, let's go on home. Thank you for coming down, Doctor. Goodbye, Captain.
Good night, Mrs. McGee. Night, Doctor.
Oh, no.
Oh, my. Doesn't that fresh air smell good? Do all police stations smell like that, Doctor?
Approximately, my dear. They bring in some pretty stale characters there sometimes.
Hey, you going home or back to the hospital, Doc?
The hospital, why?
We'll drop you off on our way home, Doctor, if you'd like a lift.
In what?
In our car. That's it right over. Hey, where's our car? Molly, ain't this where we left our car? Right in front of the police station?
Oh, yes, certainly. Did you take the keys out of it?
Take Molly home, will you, Doc? I'm going back in and give myself up.
You know, it always seems to me there's a touch of magic in the way wax can turn an everyday object into a thing of lasting beauty. Take one of your tables, say. Rub a little wax on it, polish it, and right before your eyes, that table becomes a handsome, shining treasure. That's because the wax brings out the natural grain of the wood and gives it a really gorgeous luster. The whole surface seems to glow. All through your home, you'll find that Johnson's wax performs other apparent miracles. Floors take on a gleaming, mellow shine that adds enormously to their appearance. Johnson's wax is wonderful, too, for your furniture, leather articles, ornaments, and other household accessories. And they're not only beautiful, that lovely lustrous coat of Protective Johnson's Wax is constantly on duty to guard against dirt, wear, and spill things. Now, if you've never seen how Johnson's Wax can enrich the appearance of your home and save you hours of work in the bargain, put the name on your shopping list right now. Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Say you found the car, McGee?
In the police garage. I remember now. That motor cop took the keys when we got out.
And to think of getting a ticket on the way home for driving too slow.
Now, those policemen are really on the job, aren't they? Great bunch of fellas. Honest, dependable, loyal, courageous.
When you do an about face, you really whirl, don't you, dear?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Lee Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra.
I just keep it on PS5. Oh, the defense.
A listener writes to say that she found an unfamiliar-looking package of Johnson's Wax on her pantry shelf. The price wasn't even marked in American money. It seems her daughter bought it some time ago in England. Johnson's Wax gets around, doesn't it? It's used all around the world to give homes that lovely wax-polished radiance. Johnson Wax floors, for example, have a lovely satiny sheen. Furniture, when protected with Johnson's Wax, glows and sparkles brightly. In fact, when you use wax regularly, your whole home is cleaner and brighter and infinitely more beautiful. Equally important, Johnson's Wax provides a wonderful lasting protection against dirt, wear, and spill things. And you yourself won't have nearly so much work around the house. A quick dusting soon makes things look lovely again. Make a note on your shopping list right now, will you? Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. The month of March is usually pretty windy in Wistful Vista, and every time a big breeze blows, somebody brings up the subject of kite flying. In fact, here's a big breeze blowing about kites to his wife right now, as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
I could see right away that this kid didn't know anything about flying kites. He was going at it all wrong, you see.
He probably wasn't used to pulling strings the way you are, did he?
Right. So I ankles over to him and I says, "Look, sonny," I says, "you're flying that kite all wrong," I says. And so I grabs the string out of his hand.
Why, you had no business doing that, McGee. It was his kite.
I was doing it for his own good. He wasn't flying it right.
If more people did fewer things for the good of more people would like more people more. So, what happened?
I let out more string and whammo. The kite peeled off like a seagull diving on a shrimp and gets hung up in a sycamore tree.
Fine. I hope you paid the lad for his kite.
I gave him $1, but he wouldn't stop bawling, and then his old man come running out, and he seemed to take his side.
Prejudiced, was he?
Definitely. I don't take that stuff from anybody, no matter whose father they are that I bust their kid's kite.
volume.
So I walked up to this guy and I says, real deadly and quiet, like George Raft. I says, take off your coat, Buster. I said.
You're rapidly approaching the world's record for doing too many wrong things in the shortest time. Did the man take off his coat?
Did he take it off? Woo! I hadn't seen a coat come off so fast since it rained the day I painted the garage. He come out of that coat like he had bees up his sleeve.
And then?
And I could see we'd both catch our death of cold standing there with our coats off in that March wind. So I hopped onto a beer truck that happened to be passing at the moment.
Very discreet of you, I'm sure.
Well, my gosh, I didn't want to beat the guy up in front of his own kids.
Well, tell me one thing, sweetheart. How did you get to be such an expert on kite flying in the first place?
What do you mean, get to be? I always been an expert. Remember the kites I used to fly back in Peoria, up on top of Kickapoo Hill?
Heavenly days. Is that what all you boys were doing, yelling and screaming all the time up there on Kickapoo Hill?
Yes, sir. The best place in the United States for kite flying. I never yet been up on top of Kickapoo Hill but there was a big wind up there.
Well, I'll say it anyway. I've heard other people say the same thing.
And I made some of the best and biggest kites that ever flew, too. I made one once that...
Come in. Hello, Dr. Gamble. Nice to see you.
Hello, Molly. And how are you today, knucklehead?
Thanks to the fact that I never take any of the medicine you give me, I'm fine, butcher boy. You want to see me about something, or are you just hiding from the police?
You know, I should like to see you treat Dr. Gamble with a little more respect, dearie. They say he's one of the finest surgeons in the country.
In the country, that's quite possible. But here in the city, he's just another palooka with a mail-order stethoscope. And he just uses that as an excuse to get your coat off so his nurse can go through your pockets. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fatso.
Correcting you when you're wrong would be a 24-hour-a-day job, zebra face. Was I interrupting some profound discussion when I came in?
Oh, no, Doctor. McGee was just telling me what an expert kite flyer he was as a boy back in Peoria.
I was not only expert at flying them, but I was also expert at also making them.
That's a lot of bilbo, Driplip. Kite making is a delicate process, and you're about as handy with tools as a moose with a flute.
He's using a kite at elementary.
Did you ever build a kite yourself, Bucklewart?
Why, you leaky little bagpipe. I've made kites that would have you hiding your head under a passing streetcar.
Oh, yeah, I suppose you could still build a kite that would fly, sharpshooter.
I could indeed, bug brain. I haven't touched a kite in 40 years, but I can still build one that'll fly so many rings around you, you'd be even dizzier than you are.
For dough?
For any amount.
$10.
Done.
No, boys, that's gambling.
Well, my gosh, we got to have some incentive.
Well, make it for $10 then and give it to me.
Huh?
And I'll send it to the National Society for Crippled Children for Easter season.
Fine.
Great. What's the deadline, McGee?
4 o'clock.
It's a deal.
Put it in writing, boys. Who's got some paper?
Not me.
Not me.
I know where there's some. Right here in the hall clerk. No,
Don't do it. Dumbass. When the hell do they stop doing that joke?
Fox, and his name was Ray. He had a careless habit. He always ran away. When I told him he'd regret it, no attention did he pay, and I saw a lady wearing him just the other day. Oh, yeah. Boy, this is really going to be a kite. Doc Gamble might just as well pony over his $10. He's washed up like a handful of seaweed.
Oh, now listen, don't underestimate the doctor, dearie.
Hmm?
There's a lot of gray matter in that bald old skull of his.
But take away his brains and education, and what has he got? No more personality than a trout. My gosh, he's so...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
Thank you, my dear.
Hi, Carsey. Fling the furs on the floor and flop the fragile frame on our fine furniture. You don't mind if I go on working?
Not at all, Mr. McGee. May I ask what you're making?
He's making a kite, Millicent.
A kite?
Yeah, I and Doc Gamble are both building kites, Carsey.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else to do until the marble season, I presume.
They have a little wager, Millicent, to see which one of them can fly their kite the highest.
And you can take it from the Iron Duke girls that old Fumble Thumb Gamble has got less chance than a tightrope walker with the hiccups. Ever fly a kite, kid?
No, Mr. McGee. Although I was a bit of a tomboy when I was a girl. I was shortstop on the softball team, forward on the basketball team, high diver on the swimming team, and ran the mile in 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Heavenly day.
Now, just a minute, Millie. Running a mile in 2 minutes and 7 seconds is impossible. Nobody's ever run the mile in even 4 minutes.
Possibly no one else ever had a caterpillar drop down the neck of his tracksuit just as the stalking gun went off.
Well, my goodness, I never would have thought of you as an athlete, Millicent. Did you ever play any tennis?
Badminton was my game, my dear. I shall never forget the trophy I got for my first championship game. They gave me the bird.
How about boxing, Carsey?
Oh, not now, thank you, Mr. McGee. Perhaps later. Oh, good heavens. I simply must be getting home. I'm expecting a baby.
Well, Millicent, you didn't tell us about it.
Please, my dear. I'm expecting a baby grand piano delivered this afternoon. And I must be there when it arrives. Good day.
Well, back to work, kiddo. Hand me that piece of 2x4 there, will you? Thanks. Yeah.
Just what is that you're making now, dearie? A box to carry your kite in?
No. This is my kite. It's a box kite.
Oh, it seems awfully heavy for a kite.
Oh, that's because I haven't got the paper on it yet. I use a very lightweight paper.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I had a little goat, and his name was Pete. Didn't dare bend over or he'd knock you off your feet. If I only had him now, I'd never drive for grouse, 'cause it's wonderful to have a little butter in the house.
It's your turn to say come in, McGee.
Okay, come in.
Oh, well, for goodness sakes, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
Have a chair, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, I can't stay but a minute, folks. I'm just delivering a message for Sweetie Face.
Whom to, Wimp?
To me, Mr. McGee.
Oh, what is the message, Mr. Wimple?
Get out of my sight for a while, Wim.
Just what was the cause of this little misunderstanding, Mr. Wimple?
Well, Sweetie Face wanted me to give her her breakfast in bed this morning. So, about 8 o'clock, I tippy-toed down to the kitchen and made some nice scrambled eggs and hot coffee and cinnamon toast and took it up to her. When she ate it, she had tears in her eyes.
Oh, you really got sentimental about it, eh, Wimp?
No, I'd put dry mustard on the toast instead of cinnamon. By mistake, of course.
Oh, well, Nat.
So Sweetie Face leaped out of bed and chased me all over the house. She finally cornered me in the fruit cellar. Do I smell a little bit of pickled beets?
I can't say you do, Wimp. However, I seem to detect a slight aroma of grape jelly.
Well, I'm getting even with her, believe me. I sneaked out into the garage and left all the lights burning in the car. Now, when she goes downtown, she'll have to crank it by hand.
Oh, well, she's strong enough to do it, isn't she, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes. But I left it in gear.
That's gear. My gosh, Wimp, car Bye. What do you mean, poor little Mr. Wimple? He thinks up twice as many dirty tricks to play on her as she does on him. She's got the muscle, but he's got the brains.
He has until he gets home, at least, but if she ever...
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Happy birthday. I hope you don't mind if I go ahead with my work.
Yeah, what's all the lumber for, pal? Building a doghouse?
Kite, Mr. Wilcox.
Kite, eh?
Yep. Building a kite, Junior.
Gee, I wish you were working out in the kitchen, pal. Then if you spilled something on the linoleum...
Yeah, but he isn't, though, Mr. Wilcox.
No. No, he isn't. What kind of kite is it you're making, pal?
Box kite.
Box kite.
No help, Mr. Wilcox?
I'm afraid not, Molly. Let me see now. Are you making it just for fun, Fibber? Kind of filling up your leisure time, of which you have plenty because your house...
No, I'm not.
Not, eh?
He's in a competition with Dr. Gamble, Mr. Wilcox. They've got a wager up as to who can build the best kite.
Wager, eh?
George, I never thought I'd live to see the day Junior got stuck for an opening. Get Racine on the long-distance phone, Molly. Tell him to get in touch with Harry Von Zell.
Excuse me, pal. Look, about this kite of yours, what are you going to do with it?
My goodness, he's going to fly it, Mr. Wilcox. Didn't you ever fly kites when you were a lad?
Sure. Did Fibber?
You're darn right I did, boy. Up on the top of Kickapoo Hill in Peoria. Used to fly kites every day there was a wind. Made him do acrobatics, sent messages up the string.
Ah, messages, eh?
Oh, McGee, you shouldn't have done that.
Gee, I know a message I'd like to send up the string of your kite, pal, if you don't mind.
Now, wait a minute, Waxy. I didn't mean...
Write this down. Write this down. Quote, Housewives, why is Johnson self-polishing glow coat like a kite? Because it tops everything. Everybody looks up to it. It's effortless. And thereby hangs a tail.
There's no tail on a box kite, Mr. Wilcox.
Using self-polishing glow coat is like flying a kite. It's a breeze. Pour a little out on your linoleum, spread it around, let it dry 20 minutes or less, and presto. New beauty. New life to your tired and worn linoleum. No rubbing, no buffing. Save yourself hours of housework. Have fun. Go fly kites. Gee, I've talked myself into it. I'm going home and make one, too. See you later.
I thought we had him there for a minute.
Oh, not him, dear. He's as hard to pin down as a sunburnt wrestler. Well, I guess I'll go upstairs and let you get to work. Let me know now before you leave the house.
I will, Mommy, I will. Ah, there goes a good kid. She thinks I know what I'm doing building this kite. And is she wrong? She was never more wronger in all her born. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Now look at this. I'm a very busy man today. Scram, will you? Take a powder. Beat it. Hit the grit. Vamoose. Spade.
You mean you want me to go away, mister? Huh?
That might roughly be construed as my general idea, sis. Look, will you scram out of here if I give you a quarter?
I will for $2, I bet you.
$2? Why, you little...
Too much, huh?
Yes.
Too much, huh? Okay. You come up a little and I'll come down a little.
50 cents.
$1.
75 cents.
I think you will find, mister, that according to the OPA, that the ceiling price for getting little children to hit the grid is $1. Anyway, I gotta have $1.
Why?
Well, gee, I was gonna go out with Willie Toops and fly my kite, but there isn't any wind today, so I thought I'd get one of those balloons.
What balloon?
One of those balloons the man is selling down on the corner, and they cost $1 and they're full of helium gas.
Helium.
Sure, they're full of helium gas.
Helium. Yum.
Gee, is it good to eat, huh?
I was just saying
Okay. Anyway, the balloons are full of helium gas, and gee, if you ever let go of the string, they go right up in the air.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Helium gas, eh? Got a powerful lift to it, eh? Look, sis, I think we can make a deal, you and me.
Okay, mister. I'm sure that any business relations we will have will be fundamentally satisfactory, and I know...
Never mind the sales pitch, sis. Now listen, here's what I want you to do, see? Take this dollar and get one of those helium balloons, and then come back...
man, and money is the root of all evil.
Money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of all evil. Won't contaminate myself. Take it away, take it away, take it away, take it away. If a woman call a man honey, and it's on account of his money, honey and the dough will soon be gone. Take it away, take it away, take it away. I got the one I love. I got the moon and stars above. I got my youth and health. What do I want with wealth? Money is the root of all evil. 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 Won't contaminate myself with it. Take it away, take it away, take it away. Money, 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 take it away, take it away. Haven't got a cent, but don't worry. Gotta pay the rent, but no hurry. Legal tender has no charm for me. Take it away, take it away, take it away. Money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of all evil. Won't contaminate myself with it. Take it away. Take it away. Give it away. Give it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. Take it away.
Gotta get them brakes fixed. Well, here's the fairgrounds, Molly.
Yeah, but I don't see anything of Dr. Gamble. Say, what happens with your wager if he doesn't show up?
He'll show up. He don't think any more of $10 than Heifetz does of his left forefinger. Come on, let's get out.
I'll bring your kite for you.
Oh, no. Nix. I'll bring the kite. I don't want anybody handling that kite but me today. And anyway, hi, Latrivia.
Hello, McGee. Good afternoon, Mr.
Hello, Mayor Latrivia.
Dr. Gamble told me about this little contest of yours, and I wanted to catch you before it started.
Why, Mr. Mayor?
About our campaign to remind people to remove their car keys, Mr. McGee, to cut down car stealing and consequent juvenile delinquency.
What about it, Latrivia?
I thought you might be interested to know that the campaign is going splendid.
Oh, isn't that great?
The Girl Scouts are working on it also, bless their hearts. It's their birthday today, you know.
All of them? Gosh, ain't that wonderful? Imagine getting that many kids together of the same age on the same...
Yeah, it's the birthday of the organization.
Oh. Yes. Well, I thought you'd like to know about the campaign, McGee. I'll be getting back to the office. You haven't much wind today for your kite flying, have you?
There's as much for me as there is for Doc Gamble, Latrivia. Anyway, with my flight kind technique, I don't need much wind.
Don't know much about it myself. I went in more for baseball when I was a boy.
Oh, so did McGee, Mr. Mayor. He was the little pitcher with the big ears.
Center field. You know, I often get the urge to smack the old horsehide again, Latrivia.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You always carry a whip when you ride, McGee?
Right?
Horseback, McGee.
Huh? My gosh, I haven't been on a horse for years, Latrivia.
Oh, in that case, I can understand why you'd want to use a whip. One is inclined to lose one's mastery of a horse in
Who
time.
loses mastery of what horses?
The one you said you'd like to smack the hide on.
You said that, McGee. You said you'd like to smack the old horsehide again.
Look. Any dunce knows that a horsehide is used to cover baseballs with.
That's no excuse for whipping the hide off a live horse, McGee. Personally, I think that anyone who would abuse a dumb animal like that...
What is this, anyway? I never done treated any mulch animal. I mean, I never horsed a whip in my... I never said...
Now. Don't get excited, McGee. My goodness, suppose you did lose your temper once or twice and spank a horse. Nobody'd ever...
But I didn't, I tell you. Latrivia said I...
Just a minute, McGee. When you said you'd like to smack a horse's hide, I presumed you meant a whip. But when you said with your hand...
I never said that. I said I like to smack a horsehide with a ball bat.
My goodness, with a ball. How terrible.
This is worse than I thought, McGee. Anyone who would strike a horse with a ball bat...
Daggone it, I never said I'd hide a hit from a ball horse. Hit a ball horse with a hide bat or a ball hide. You said when I hit the bat or snagged the junior, you... Latrivia?
Yes?
feels.
You didn't mind my pitching in on the mayor's side, did you, McGee?
No, I didn't mind. I had it coming.
You certainly did.
Yeah. And to think that you've put up with this for so long, Fibber.
So long, McGee.
Gosh, I wonder what's keeping Doc Gamble. If he expects to win that $10, he's
Oh,
gotta be...
there he is, McGee. Yoo-hoo! Dr. Gamble, here we are.
Look at him with his two-bit kite. Plastered together with adhesive tape and surgical sutures. Oh, hi, Doc. You ready for the contest?
Hey, look, McGee, what do you say we postpone this thing? There's no wind.
There's enough wind for me, Fatso. Put up your kite or put up your $10.
I don't see how you can fly a kite on a day like this either, McGee.
Particularly that kite he's got there. I never saw a box kite before that was closed on all 6 sides.
We ain't paying off on appearances, Rum-Dum. We're paying off on performance. Now, what do you want to do? Forfeit your sawbuck or get that lumpy-looking Valentine up in the air?
But we can't fly kites today, you little guppy.
Why not?
There's no wind.
You boys are making enough to start a small cyclone.
Well, I don't know about you, Aerosmith, but I'm flying my kite. One side there. Here I go.
Heavenly days, Doctor. Would you look at that?
Well, hypodermic. Right straight up in the air. It's amazing.
Goodness.
I have a feeling that goodness has nothing to do with it.
Well, how about it, Doc? Satisfied? Mine is 100 feet up. 100 feet up and nary a tail waggle.
Okay, McGee. I don't know how you did it.
Oh.
Well, I never seen the kite yet, but didn't know, man.
Hey, Mr. McGee.
Yes,
Mr. McGee, are you through with my helium balloon yet? Are you, Mr. Myers?
What was that, little girl? Helium balloon?
Why, Fibber McGee, did you actually
Now,
do
look,
it?
Doc, now, look. this was all a gag, see? The money went to charity either way.
And you deliberately put a helium balloon inside your kite, did you, McGee? So now you're crooking with gas.
Sure is, I bet you. The same balloon you tried to buy from me, Dr. Gamble. Only... Yeah, only he paid for it first.
McGee, I think you're right. I think this kid is a midget.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
A quiz I saw in a newspaper the other day asked this question. In which part of the house does the average homemaker spend most of her time? Well, as you might expect, the answer is the kitchen. You do use your kitchen a great deal, and that's why it's so nice to have Johnson's Glow Coat to keep it fresh and new-looking. I'm only guessing that you use Johnson's Glow Coat to keep your kitchen floor clean and sparkling, but it's a pretty safe guess because more women use Glow Coat than any other floor polish. It's not surprising either when you realize that with practically no work at all on your part, Glow Coat makes your kitchen floor look simply beautiful. All you do is spread it around on the floor and let it dry. There's no rubbing or buffing. In only 20 minutes, your whole floor has a lovely clean polish. You save money, too, because your linoleum lasts longer. You see, Glow Coat is a wonderful protection against dirt, wear, and spill things. Try it, won't you? Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Well, now that the contest is over, clean up the mess in this living room, will you, dearie?
Okay.
Why did you build the kite in here anyway? Why didn't you build it in the basement?
All my tools were up here, that's why.
What were they doing up here?
I brought them up here to build my kite.
Oh.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, and inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Arguing with a banker is like riding a horse on a merry-go-round. You never get any place. But here on the corner of 14th and Oak Street, Wistful Vista, who do we find beating his verbal brains out against Mr. McDonald of the Third National Bank but Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
And furthermore, McDonald, if you weren't a hide-bound, frozen-pushed old nickel nurse that wasn't too lazy to put in an honest day's work, you wouldn't close that bank at 2:30 every day.
Now, just a minute, McGee. Our banking hours...
Banking hours. 10 o'clock in the morning till 2:30 in the afternoon. 4.5 hours. You call that an honest day's work? What do us depositors pay you 2.5% on our savings account for? So you
don't pay us, we pay you.
I don't care who pays who. My point is that you ought to keep your bank open from 9 to 5 at least. So a busy man like me...
And when would we do our clerical work? From 5 till midnight? If you had the sense of a barn owl, you'd realize...
Oh, clerical work, eh? Fixing up the books, eh? No wonder you pull down the shades at 2:30 every afternoon. By George,
are you insinuating that my bank is dishonest, McGee?
If the shoe fits, lace up your tongue, Morty Pound.
That's enough, McGee. Step into this area and I'll show you.
Wait a minute. What time is it, McDonald?
1:30.
Oh, my gosh, I got to get home. I'll see you later, McDonald.
And what did Mr. McDonald say when you started to take off your coat, dearie?
He ran like a rabbit. One more word out of him and I'd have slapped him into a Peruvian debenture.
Oh, say, McGee, I almost forgot.
Huh?
While you were gone, Red Cross headquarters called us.
Oh.
You are the captain for this neighborhood.
For this neighborhood? You mean they didn't make me chairman of the whole Wistful Vista Drive? Why, those ungrateful, short-sighted...
No, dearie. You know they have the same chairman every year.
You mean...
Mr. McDonald of the Third National Bank.
McDonald, eh?
Yeah. Incidentally, he's on your list to collect from, too. And it's usually his check that puts this neighborhood over the top, you know.
That's kind of like me, ain't it?
What do you mean?
I'm the kind of a lint head that picks a fight with Henry Ford in the morning and invents a new kind of a spark plug in the afternoon.
Well, I'm sure Mr. McDonald won't let your little argument affect his Red Cross donation, dear. You know, he's a very fair man.
That guy couldn't be fair with 5 gallons of peroxide. Oh, well, I won't call on him myself, that's all. I'll have one of my insubordinates do it.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, how many workers am I in charge of?
One.
One? Just one? Who is it?
You.
Me? You mean I gotta work this whole neighborhood all by myself? And I gotta call on old McDonald? Why, my gosh,
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. So nice to see you.
Hello, Molly. And good afternoon to you, leak cheek.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Mighty decent of you to stop in, sir. Won't you sit down, Doctor?
Excuse me, I must be in the wrong house.
Don't be alarmed, Doctor. Himself here has merely taken on a little dignity.
I have just been appointed a special field director for the American Red Cross, Doctor. In charge of accumulating funds in this particular territory to maintain our national and international activities in the service of humanity.
The appointment was made at national headquarters in Washington, I presume.
'Tis quite likely, Doctor.
Yes, I think so, too. No local official would be guilty of such a colossal blunder. Well, you couldn't collect broken glass in a picnic grove.
Oh, no, I don't know about that, Dr. Gamble. He's pretty persuasive when he gets started.
You're doggone right I am, Ether Drum. When I get warmed up, I can talk the feathers off a duck. Which reminds me...
Of what, Droop Snoot?
Of the fact that you're in my territory.
Territory.
Which means I got to get your Red Cross donation, Arrowsmith. The Red Cross is, you know... What's this?
My check.
Heavenly days, so quick. Thank you, Doctor.
Doggone it, you might have at least let me finish my sales talk, you point killer.
I don't need any sales talk, Lippy. Nobody knows more about the work of the Red Cross than we bromide and bandage boys. And if I can help ease the worry of one lonesome GI in a hospital gown, I'll consider it a beautiful investment.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to the hospital. I have a major operation to perform.
Appendix stop?
Oh, no. Just have to sprinkle a little sulfur on a bruised knee.
Oh, I thought you said it was a major operation.
It is. Major Flanagan skinned his leg. Skinned his leg marching in the St. Patrick's Day parade. Okay.
Billy Mills from the orchestra and Laughing on the Outside.
Well, who's next on your list, McGee?
Old man McDonald. I'm going to skip him till later.
Why? Do you think your little argument with Mr. McDonald will affect his donation?
Heck, that guy wouldn't donate me his used pipe cleaners. Oh, wait a minute. Here's one of my prospectors here. Now, let me see. Madam, I am neighborhood captain for the Red Cross and calling for your donation. In times of disaster, flood, famine, the American Red Cross is Jerry at their at-home. The Red Cross is your representative in its work to relieve the suffering of humanity all over the world. And I...
Yes, what's on your mind, kid?
Well, heavenly days, it's the old-timer.
Hi, old-timer. Look, I represent the Red Cross, and I'm here to...
Hey! Oh, Red Cross, eh? Great little outfit, the Red Cross. Cutest nurses in the South Seas. When I was out there with the Seabees,
Now, please, Mr. Oldtimer. We're here for your donation.
Yes, you'll appreciate the fact that the Red Cross still operates almost 650 servicemen's clubs. Germany, France, Japan, and all over the South Seas. The war hasn't ended for the Red Cross.
Hey!
He says
the war hasn't ended for the Red Cross. No, siree, kids. Anytime there's trouble, they get there on the double. I never will forget one little Red Cross nurse back there in the Solomon. Name of Gracie. If it hadn't been for Gracie, I wouldn't be here now.
Saved your life, did she?
Yep. Gracie pulled me through, kid.
Were you wounded, old-timer?
No, daughter. Overstayed my leave and tried to crawl back into camp under the fence. I got stuck, and it was little Gracie who pulled me through.
Yeah, but look, about the Red Cross, old-timer, we need...
More girls like Gracie. That's what you need, Johnny.
Was she pretty, old-timer?
Pretty? Daughter, she was prettier than a moonbeam shining through a busted bulldozer onto a mess of kelp. We was in love for almost a year.
You were, eh?
Hey? Yes, we were. I was in love with her, and she was in love with a gunner's mate, third class. Very third class, if you ask me.
Well, that's all very romantic, old-timer, but now...
Hey, I can't stand here scuttlebuttling with you kids. I gotta get down to the post office. Gotta mail my Red Cross donation.
Hey, that's what I came to see you about.
Hey?
He said that?
Well, then maybe you wouldn't mind mailing it in for me. Here it is right here. Thanks, kid.
Well, you don't get much chance to practice your sales talk, do you, dearie?
It's disgusting. The minute I open my mouth, somebody slaps a check into me. At this rate, I never will be prepared for old man McDonald. And he's the nastiest.
Wait a minute, dearie. Huh? This house is on your list. Who lives here?
Let me see. Lou Wasey. You know a Lou Wasey?
No, but maybe a stranger will let you get a few words in. Come on.
Madam, I represent the Red Cross, Miss Toy Terry. In this vicinity. The Red Cross, as you know, must raise $100 million in the 1946 drive. And, good afternoon, madam. We represent...
Who are you calling madam, mister?
Pardon him, I'm sure. Are you Mr. Wasey?
No, I'm Myrna Loy. Mr. Wasey left on the 12 o'clock rocket for Mercury. He's in the thermometer business, you know. Now, what do you want? I'm busy.
If you'd shut that big muskrat trap of yours for a minute, smart guy, we'll tell you. We're collecting for the Red Cross, which, as you know...
Well, why didn't you say so? Here's my check. Sorry I couldn't make it more.
Well, we're doing
doing a fine business in a rude sort of way, aren't you?
Doggone it, don't anybody want to know why they're giving to the Red Cross?
Well, I think most people know about the work of the Red Cross, sweetheart. They've been doing business at the old stand for a long time now. Here's your next call, number 94.
Okay, come on.
How do you do, madam? The Red Cross is at...
Oh, the Red Cross. Here's my check. Thank you for calling.
You may close your mouth now, dearie. It's all over.
I'm getting tired of this. Next place we go to, I'm just going to ring the bell and stick out my hand.
That'll probably be the place where they have a fox terrier which is allergic to human fingers.
I don't care. By George, I'm going to get in one sales pitch if I have to. Oh, hi, Junior. Just the guy I wanted to see.
Hello, pal. Hello, Molly. Out for a walk?
No, Mr. Wilcox. We're out collecting for the Red Cross.
And you're on my list, Junie. Now look, let me tell you a few things about the Red Cross. In the first place...
Oh, you don't have to tell me anything about the Red Cross, pal. And incidentally, here's my check, all made out. What's the matter? As much as I could spare, pal. A little more, as a matter of fact.
Oh, the check is very generous, Mr. Wilcox. I don't think that's what's annoying you.
Well, speak up, friend. Don't just stand there and glower at me.
Look, Junior, I worked very hard whipping up the sales talk about the Red Cross. And what happened? Every place I go, the minute I open my ruby lips, somebody puts their money where my mouth is. Nobody will let me talk. It ain't fair.
Well, maybe you've got the wrong approach, pal. Basically, you know, all selling is the same. In the first place, you've got to have confidence in your product.
Oh, he has, Mr. Wilcox. He knows the Red Cross is the finest.
Now, like me with Johnson's Wax, I'm selling quality. I'm selling cleanliness, I'm selling beauty. I'm selling a service as well as a product.
Well, that's very like the Red Cross, the service they give
And
us.
when I tell about the amazing number of things that Johnson's Wax is useful for, I feel that I'm a great deal more than just a salesman. I'm a friend of the family.
What's that got to do with it?
Why, with wax-protected floors, furniture, luggage, picture frames, window sills, radios, and golf bags to talk about, I'm not just a guy that's peddling wax.
The heck you ain't.
I'm a front man for civilized living. I've got a sample case full of pride and hospitality.
Well, what would you do, Waxy, if every time you rang the doorbell, the door opened, somebody grabbed the Johnson's Wax out of your hand, shoved some dough into your mitt, and slammed the door?
Yes. Now, what would you do then, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, that's never happened.
You don't, eh?
No. I never even have to ring the bell. One woman this morning came running halfway up the block to meet me. Then after she tried the Johnson's Wax, she wanted to adopt me.
Oh, really?
No, O'Reilly. But my wife didn't want to be Mrs. Harlow O'Reilly, so I didn't go through with it. See you later, kids.
Yeah, I wonder if he cleared that with Danny Kaye.
I don't know, but I thought he was very encouraging here. You know, you can't help it if people start buying before you start selling. Come on now, here's our next stop.
Oh, this is Carter's house. Oh, my gosh, she ought to be good for quite a slug of moolah. She gave $300 last year.
Now listen, give her the old sales talk set, and maybe she'll make it 500.
Just watch me, kiddo. Fireball McGee, the demon salesman. I'll work myself into such a lather you could shave me with a shovel. When I get through here, I'll be so hot I'll give old man McDonald a vocal bulldog that'll have him...
Yes.
Hi, a Witherspoon. Remember us?
In what connection, sir, may I ask?
Oh, come off it, Witherspoon. Mrs. Carstairs has had us to dinner any number of times. Mr. and Mrs. McGee.
I am not Witherspoon, madam. Witherspoon is no longer employed here. I am Roebuck.
No kidding. Say, that's a beautiful catalog you and Shears put out. Yes, sir, I've spent many a long summer afternoon.
McGee.
Huh?
McGee, please tell Mrs. Carstairs that our Witherspoon, please tell Mrs. Carstairs that Mr. and Mrs. McGee would like to see her a few minutes, will you?
Immediately, madam. Will you come in, please?
Thanks, Robo.
Roebuck, sir. I shall see if Mrs. Carstairs is at home.
Hey, get a load of that walk, will you? He's either had military training or had his hips lifted.
You know, McGee, I'm glad we don't have a butler.
Yeah?
They always look like somebody had just cooked some cabbage in the next room. And I often do.
Yeah. I'd always be afraid Treacher would keep us after school. However, in a stuffy old mausoleum like this, it is... Oh, hi, Carstairs.
How do you do, Mr. McGee? Good day, Mrs. McGee. How nice to see you.
Tell Millicent why you are here, McGee.
Oh, pray do, Mr. McGee. And then you must excuse me. I'm packing for a flying trip to the West Coast.
No kidding, Carstairs. Business or pleasure?
Oh, both, Mr. McGee.
Huh?
I have a niece in San Diego I haven't seen for many years. And Mr. Carstairs has an interest in a large walnut ranch.
Walnut ranch? Imagine that. Have any trouble with nut rustlers, Millicent?
No, my dear. But the Walnut Growers' Annual Convention is rather exciting.
It is?
I'll see that you get invitations to our next nut meet.
Well, thank you, Millicent. I hope you have a nice trip.
I'll bet you won't know your niece either, Carstairs. Kids grow up awful fast in them tropical climates, they say.
Oh, I know it, Mr. McGee. I once saw an actor named Victor mature one afternoon in Hollywood. Tell me, what can I do for you?
All right, McGee, now's your chance. Do your stuff.
Carstairs, for a lot of men and women, the war is not yet over. And for them, the American Red Cross is the link between...
Oh, I'm so glad you mentioned that, Mr. McGee. I have a check here all made out. Do you know to whom I should send it?
Well, we'll take it, Millicent. That's what we came for. Thank you so much. Come on, McGee. McGee, come on, we're through.
Thanks, Carstairs. Have a nice trip.
Thank you. Good day.
How big is the check, McGee?
I don't know. I can't read it till I stop crying.
Are you still worrying about your sales talk to Mr. McDonald, McGee?
Yeah, my gosh, I hadn't had a chance to get any sample reactions from people. And I need McDonald's big check to make my quota.
Well, now, here's your last chance to practice your pitch, dearie. Mary Latrivia's house.
Oh, that's good. Your Honor, I represent...
Well, hello there, Molly. Hello, McGee. Come in.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a brief business call.
I'm the captain for Red Cross donations in this neighborhood, Latrivia.
Good for you, McGee. Tell me all about it.
Are you kidding?
Why should I be?
You mean you want to hear a few facts about the Red Cross, Your Honor?
I think it would be very interesting.
Well, in the first place, Latrivia, to carry on their work, the Red Cross has got to have $100 million this year for overseas, home front, and disaster activities. This is the most important...
excuse me a minute, McGee.
Huh?
Here's my personal check. Now, what were you saying?
Does it matter now?
This is the most discouraging thing I ever tried to do in all my life. What? Hey, what's the matter with your foot, Latrivia?
Oh, that's why I'm home at this hour, McGee. I stopped on the street to pat a horse, and it stepped on my foot. It was a big gray horse.
You don't have to talk baby talk to get sympathy from us, Your Honor.
Baby talk, but I wasn't.
Anyway, what difference does it make what color the horse was?
I didn't even mention the color of the horse.
You said it was a big dray horse.
But it was a big dray horse. It was a roan.
It wasn't alone if you were there with it.
I didn't say it was alone. I said it was a roan, a brown horse.
Oh, well, that's a horse of a different color.
What's a horse of a different color?
A roan. First you say it's dray, and then you say it's brown.
But it was brown. A big brown dray. A big brown dray.
Make a
make your mind, Mr. Mayor. Now, which is it?
Which? What?
Gray or brown?
Now, wait a minute. I didn't say it was a gray. I said gray.
We know you did, Mr. Mayor, and when a man your age gets kittenish about something...
I was not being kittenish. When I said it was a hay grouse, a gray horse, I was merely referring to the fact that when a horse is hitched to a roan, a gray, to a brown gray, a brown gray, a horse, the Callahan, it. McGee.
Yes?
There is a scale at the corner drugstore.
Yes, we know.
A nickel. Oh, well, never let it be said that McGee didn't go down with flags flying. Come on, kiddo. I represent the American Red Cross in this neighborhood.
Hello, Mr. McDonald.
Hi, Mac. Remember the friendly little chat we had this morning about your banking hours?
Of course I remember it. You ought to have your silly remarks tattooed on your scalp. They'd look good engraved on a pinhead.
Well, he came over to apologize, Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, I was just kidding, Mac. Now then, do you realize, McDonald, that the American Red Cross...
I know all about the Red Cross. I'm chairman of the drive. My check for... Wait a minute. That check made up $1,000. What did I... Oh, my goodness. I must have left it at the bank.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. McDonald. We'll stop by and pick up.
You can't do that. Why? The bank's closed.
What? The bank's closed at this time of day? Why, you penny-pinching public parasite? If you keep reasonable hours in that poor man's Fort Knox...
No, just a minute, McGee. You don't realize...
I do, too, realize. You keep your bank doors open just long enough for the morning deposit. You're so scared somebody will draw out $1.50.
Don't you talk to me like that, you petty larceny paper snatcher. All you come in my bank for is to steal bladders. Steal your fountain pen.
It's funny, but it doesn't look as if we'll get that new car for some time, does it? While you're waiting, how'd you like to make your old bus look almost as shiny and...
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we have to give you any sales talk about the Red Cross either. So we'll just say, give generously to them this year.
We couldn't think of a better cause to save your lives.
Good night.
Good night, all.
No problem tonight?
Yes? Harry, this is Gloria, and I'm just in the mood to go for a long ride in the moonlight. Would you like to pick me up in about half an hour?
Gee, I'm sorry, Gloria, but this is Tuesday night, and I wouldn't want to miss the Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, V. Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Those of you who use wax polish regularly know all about how your home grows lovelier with every application. But if you've yet to discover the beauty of wax polishing, you certainly have a most pleasant surprise coming. For example, you'll be really amazed at the shining new beauty of your floors when you first wax polish them with genuine Johnson's Wax. For the very first time, perhaps, you'll appreciate the real beauty of your dining room tabletop, because Johnson's Wax brings out its beautiful natural grain and gives it a lovely mellow polish. Your chairs and sideboard and bookcase suddenly gleam with a lustrous, satiny, dry sheen. Ornaments, leather articles, picture frames are richer looking. And when Johnson Wax polished, your lovely things are wax protected against wear, dirt, and spill things. So, for a lovelier home that's easy to keep lovely, get Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. Modern man is so dependent on his radio and newspapers that if he misses an issue or a broadcast, he is apt to be dangerously uninformed. As you will see when we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, I wish you'd get that radio put back together. I've already missed 2 installments of Heartbeats for Housewives. And Monday's broadcast of Who is Gladys Melkendrop.
I'll have it assembled again in the jiffy, kiddo. It only needed a minor adjustment.
What minor adjustment?
The tone signals were coming in 6 minutes early, according to my watch. So I thought if I'd cut it back...
Oh, my goodness. What's going on around here anyway? There have been sirens going past here all afternoon. Is there a fire someplace?
Those aren't fire engines. Those are police cars. Now, let me see. I think if I jump the ground wire past the grid leak, it might have a tendency to speed up the heterodyne. What do you think?
Well, I don't know any more about it than you do, dearie. This is sort of a pitiful little confession, come to think of it. When it comes to radio, and we did. There goes another squad car, McGee. What do you suppose is going on?
Probably going down to Joe's grease spot to get the chief a hamburger. Them guys love to tear down Oak Street with a siren screaming, screech up to a restaurant door with the brakes smoking, run inside with drawn guns, and come out with a sack of sandwiches. And then tell me to break it up. 3 times last week they did that to me.
There's one going the other way. If that's a hamburger for the chief, he certainly likes it rare.
Probably sent him back for a slice of onion. I don't see...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. And how are you, Dreamboat?
Hi, skin grafter. Is it you them throttle-happy cops have been chasing around the neighborhood? What are they after you for? Did you leave one of your hacksaws in a patient's tummy?
If you'd listen to your radio, corn cob, you'd know what's going on in the world. Or you can wait and read all about it in the evening paper. Molly will explain the big words to you.
Yeah, but what is going on, Doctor? We couldn't listen to the radio because little atom splitter here. He had an idea for rewiring it.
Rewiring it for what? No, don't tell me. I talk in my sleep, and I don't want to bore myself with it. But do you mean to say you haven't heard about Bullets Brannigan breaking jail?
What? Bullets Brannigan busted out of the pokey?
My goodness, when, Doctor?
A couple of hours ago. He walked out of the county jail like it was made of jello.
Oh, I always said that Who's Gal was strictly for comedy. You could pick your way out of that roach trap with a paperclip. Why, the bars are farther apart in there than they are in Kansas. The contractor must have been Houdini's cousin.
This Bullets Brannigan is a pretty desperate character, is he, Doctor?
Desperate? She was talking to me.
Why, that guy's quicker on a trigger than Roy Rogers. He shot his way out of more trouble than a Peoria pool shark. Ain't that so, Needle Nose?
Yes, but I can't condemn the man too much. Had an unfortunate childhood.
What you mean?
His father practiced the cornet.
I hate to think of a criminal like that loose in our own neighborhood. It lowers real estate value.
Well, don't worry about it. The whole police force is out after him.
Ah, pata, them fallen arches couldn't catch a broken-down hay wagon in a dead-end street. I got a good notion to go down to police headquarters and show those mugs how to organize a manhunt. I'd drag out the throw net.
Throw out a dragnet, dearie.
I'd get out my old 12-gauge shotgun, and I'd drag that cheap hoodlum into headquarters so fast... Well, what was that?
That was a siren, sweetheart. The mating call of the squad car.
Well, get your hat, McGee. I'll drop you off at police headquarters, and you can show those amateurs what it's all about.
What? And leave my little wife alone at a time like this? You think I'm a coward?
Well, I could go to the police station with you, McGee. It might be...
What? And leave our little home in a crisis like this? Why, I should be here defending our little nest against... Hey, Doc, where are you going?
Any place else. Anytime you start talking about getting your shotgun out, the handsome fellow walking rapidly away will be me. I've been duck hunting with you, and I figure I've been living on borrowed time ever since.
Are you really careless with firearms, McGee?
No, in the first place, my shotgun don't work. There's been a shell jammed into the breech of it for 8 months. Perfectly harmless. Besides, Who's that?
Let's see now. I don't know. It's a tall man in a dark overcoat with his hand in his pocket.
Oh. Come in. No, wait.
Too late, McGee.
hi, Bud.
Now, if that's a gun in your pocket, sir, don't bother to take it out. The only Colt I've ever enjoyed looking at was Flicker.
Well, I'm very sorry to disturb you, madam. I'm Sergeant Jeffries, plainclothes detail.
Oh, I knew you were a flatty the minute I popped the peeper on you, Sarge. My name's McGee. This is my wife, Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure. What can we do for you, Sergeant?
We're looking for an escaped desperado, Miss McGee. Bullets Brannigan.
Oh. Did you think he might be in our house, Sergeant?
No, madam. We have reason to believe he might be in the house across the street. I'd like to stay here a while if you don't mind and keep an eye out your front window.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Suppose he sees you. There's liable to be some shooting, ain't there?
It's a distinct possibility, yes. I'll ask you to keep quiet about this. We don't want Brannigan to know he's being watched.
Well, whatever you say, Sergeant. Would you care for a cup of tea?
Why, yes, thank you.
I'll come out and help you make it, Molly. I'll stand behind the stove and tell you when it's boiling. Call me if you need me, Sarge. I'll be right behind the stove.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Swamp Fire.
Operator. Give me 8231, quick. Hello, Stogie. This is Bullets. Yeah, Bullets Brannigan. Look, I'm making like a copper with a couple of apple knockers here, see? As soon as it gets dark, have a car ready at Nasty Norton's. Yeah, I'll be... Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, here they come. Yes, Lieutenant. Certainly, Lieutenant. Yeah, I'll stay right on the job till it gets dark. Okay, Lieutenant. Well, just checking into headquarters, Mrs. McGee.
That's nice. Now, you just make yourself comfortable, Sergeant, what'd you say your name was?
Rasmussen.
You did not. You says Jeffries.
Well, certainly. My name is, Rasmussen P. Jeffries. Why?
Oh, I just wondered is all. The initials on your belt buckle are GB.
Yeah, well, that belt buckle's a gift from the chief for good conduct.
What's the GB stand for?
Good boy.
Well, now, isn't that nice? Is that chair perfectly comfortable, Sergeant?
Perfectly, thank you.
I used to have that chair rigged up with a couple of dry cell batteries, Sarge. Give people a shock, just for laughs. Used to call it the electric chair.
No. Don't get up, Sergeant. It doesn't work anymore.
You're perspiring, Sarge. Too warm in here?
No, it's very comfortable, thanks. Hey, look, if you folks would like to go out to a movie or something, I'll keep an eye on things for you.
Oh, no, thank you, Sergeant. No. I'd be afraid to stir out of the house till they catch that beast, Bullets Brannigan.
Yeah, that rat. I'll bet he's as yellow as a canary. Hey, point that gun some other way, will you, Sarge? From where I'm standing, it looks like the Holland Tunnel.
Well, I hope you'll stay and have dinner with us, officer.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. If I don't catch sight of Brannigan by dark, I'll be on my way. Back to the... Hey.
Look at the sergeant, Molly. Shaking like a leaf. You sure are anxious to have a go at old Brannigan, ain't you, Sarge?
Yeah. Yeah, I sure am. Wait a minute. Stand right where we are, folks.
Who is that?
Oh, don't be silly. It's just a friend of ours, a Mrs. Carstairs.
Yeah, her husband is the Carstairs that owns all the public utilities, Sarge. He's got more moo than a herd of Holsteins.
You like Mrs. Carstairs, Sergeant. Come in. Hello, Millicent. So nice to see you.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsty.
Mrs. Carstairs, this is Sergeant Jeffries from Police Headquarters, a plainclothes man.
Mrs. Carstairs?
Good day, Sergeant. In these days of checkered sports coats, fawn-colored slacks, and atomic neckties, it's a distinct pleasure to meet a plainclothes man.
I and him are keeping an eye out for this Bullets Brannigan, Carsty.
Oh, heavens, I do hope you catch him soon, Sergeant. My husband always keeps $5,000 or $6,000 in cash in the house, and our burglar alarm is out of order.
The sergeant is writing it in his little book, Millicent. It's the big house, It's the big house up on the corner of Oak, Sergeant.
Yeah. And he keeps the dough in a little safe behind the painting of Napoleon at Louisville.
Waterloo, Mr. McGee.
Waterloo, don't kid me, Carsty. Napoleon was never in Iowa in his life. I guess I know where that guy is.
Just a minute, Mr. McGee. Let me get this straight. I want the boys at headquarters to have this information. You say your husband keeps large sums of money in the house, Mrs. Carstairs?
Oh, no, not large sums, Sergeant. A few thousand, more or less. For incidental expenses.
Yes, in case he incidentally wants to buy a railroad or something.
And it is kept in a wall safe behind the picture in the study, I presume.
Yes. Roebuck the butler will show you where it is. You'll be glad to meet Roebuck. He was a former pistol shooting captain.
The sergeant's putting his book away, Carsty. Got all the information he needs, eh, Sarge?
That's right.
Well, please call on us and see what can be done about our burglar alarm, will you, Sergeant?
The minute this Brannigan business is over, madam, I shall give it my closest attention. Believe me.
Yeah, thank you. Good day, Mrs. McGee.
Goodbye, Millicent. Seen anything suspicious across the street yet, Sergeant?
No, nothing yet, Mrs. McGee.
Hey, Sarge, let me wear your detective badge a while, will you? Huh? Just for a little while.
Oh, I don't... Well, I couldn't do that, McGee. Against regulations, you know.
Now, be your age, Skippy. Besides, you've got a badge of your own in your collar button box.
Yeah, but there's no fun in just being a chicken inspector. I want to see how it feels to be a real cop, like Jeffries here. How does it feel, Rasmussen?
Well, it all depends. Right now, it feels very good because... Hello, folks. Get your hands up, mister. If you move, I'll shoot. Yes, and if you shoot, I move.
Oh, brother, and they say my jokes are corny.
This isn't Bullets Brannigan, Sergeant. This is Harlow Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox is Sergeant Jeffries from the headquarters.
Oh, excuse me. Quite all right, Sergeant. But do I look like a crook? Crooks don't necessarily look like crooks these days, mister. Why, I might even be one myself.
The sergeant's keeping an eye out for Brannigan, Junior. We think he might be holed up in that house across the street.
Well, I hope you nab him, fellas. Although, personally, I almost hate to see Brannigan caught. Is that so?
Explain that, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure. You heard those squad cars dashing around town all afternoon?
Heard them? I haven't heard so much screaming since the Legion parade when a mouse ran across in front of the bagpipe band.
Well, you see, the longer those cars are out, the worse they'll look. That means they'll all have to be cleaned up. And our police force uses Johnson's car new. You know about Johnson's car new, Sergeant?
You soon will, Sergeant.
Most marvelous treatment in the world for dingy-looking cars, my boy. And so simple to use. Apply it, let it dry, and wipe it off.
Yeah.
And there, in 9 words, you have the greatest beauty formula since Cleopatra fell into the olive oil.
Yeah, but what's Brannigan?
That's why I hope they delay finding Brannigan a while. I want those squad cars to get good and dirty.
Oh.
You just ask the boys at the station about car news, Sarge. It's spelled C-A-R-N-U. Thanks. I can hardly wait.
You have to leave already, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes. The man who taught me salesmanship before I went to work for Johnson's always used to say, make your point, get out, son.
What were you selling then, Waxy?
Pencil sharpeners. So long now. You have a lot of visitors, don't you?
Oh, just on Tuesday night, Sergeant. The rest of the week, it's very quiet around here.
Don't you like people, Rasputin?
I don't like too many people around when I'm,
Well, I can understand that, of course, but we never had very much.
Wait a minute. Who could this be?
Why, it's Mr. Wimple, Sergeant.
And who is Mr. Wimple?
Oh, just a guy. He's harmless. His wife is always beating the Virginia out of him. He's the long worm that has no turning.
Okay. Let him in.
I was going to. Come in.
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp. Shake hands with Sergeant Jeffries, Wimp. He's on the Brannigan case. How are you?
I'm very pleased to meet you, Sergeant. Maybe you know my wife, Mrs. Wimple. She teaches jiu-jitsu to the police force.
No, but I haven't been on the force very long.
You look a little more bruised up than usual, Mr. Wimple. Has Sweetie Face been throwing her weight around?
No, Mrs. McGee. She's been throwing my weight around. I was lying there on the couch, and she woke me up and said, "Do you want to see how I can lift a 150-pound dumbbell, Wallace?" And silly me, half awake, I said, "Yes." And she picked me up and threw me across the room into the bookcase.
My gosh, didn't that hurt, Wimp?
No, I guess I'm just lucky, Mr. McGee. I landed right on top of Mother Goose. That isn't how I got these bruises.
Well, how did you get those then?
So ridiculous, really. It really was. Sweetie Face had a new hat, and she asked me how I liked it, and I said she looked as cute as a bug's ear.
Well, what was the matter with that?
Fairly flattering, I'd say, Wimp.
I thought it was, too. But somebody had given her a microscope for her birthday, and she looked at a bug's ear through it, and the next thing I knew, the doctor was asking me if I'd got the license number. Well, see you later, folks. I hope you catch that bad man.
The King's Men sing Patience and Fortitude.
Patience and fortitude, patience and fortitude, patience and fortitude, and things will come your way. When lonely solitude makes life seem pretty crude, patience and fortitude, and things will come your way. Couldn't wait for the eggs to hatch, used to burn both ends of the match. Couldn't wait for the cake to bake, now I can see it's a big mistake. Patience and fortitude, patience and fortitude, patience and fortitude, and things will come your way. River wears away the rock with patience, fortitude, and rust will spoil the strongest block with patience, fortitude, and the grindstone wears away the night with patience, fortitude, and the shame applies to a nagging wife. Have patience, fortitude, patience and fortitude, patience and fortitude, patience and fortitude, and things will come your way. Now Pullman trains will have some space. Monty Woolley shaves his face. Crosby's horses win a race with patience and fortitude. Sunny skies will come from gray. Dizzy fashions fade away. You can build a house someday if you only say patience and fortitude, patience and fortitude, patience and fortitude, and things will come your way.
Well, where'd the sergeant go, McGee?
He's out in the kitchen making himself a sandwich.
Oh?
I says you'd fix him one, and he said, no, there's too many people coming in and out of here. It makes him nervous.
Well, that's a little strange, isn't it? A policeman getting nervous?
Oh, I don't know. Chasing desperados is kind of upsetting.
I suppose so.
And I made his hair stand on end, too, telling him about when I was deputy sheriff out in Woody, California.
You did, huh?
Remember me telling you about the time I caught the Pittman gang single-handed?
Yes, indeed.
Well, you ought to hear me tell it now. I got a new twist on it that's a honey. Instead of chasing them up Greenhorn Mountain, I kept them in the wrong direction.
Come in. Oh, for goodness sake, Mayor Latrivia, come in, Your Honor.
Thank you, Molly.
Any progress on the Brannigan thing, Latriv?
No, McGee. Seems to have simply dropped out of sight. We have all the roads patrolled, the bus and railroad stations watched, the airport covered, but no results. As a matter of fact, he was last seen in this very neighborhood.
Sure, he's thought to have holed up in that house across the street, Latrivia.
Sure.
One of your cops is right in here right now, keeping an eye on him right now. I'm helping.
Oh, good. What officer is it? I know most of them personally.
Sergeant Jeffries, Mr. Mayor. Rasmussen Jeffries.
Jeffries? Must be a new man.
He says he will be when he has a sandwich and a bottle of root beer. I'd have swore that was a joke. dinner here tomorrow night, Latrell?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's fine, Mayor. We were afraid you couldn't make it. You said, your sister had no one to leave the children with.
I know, but I managed to find a sitter to come in and watch the youngsters.
Sitter, huh? English or Irish?
How should I know?
Well, you found her, didn't you? What does she look like?
Well, I don't know that it makes any difference, Mrs. McGee, but she's rather small, nice features, red hair.
Red hair, eh? That's an Irish sitter, Latrell. We used to have one. You sure it's all right to leave the kids with her?
Yes. What if the phone should ring or something?
Why, she'd answer it, of course.
You would, eh? Knock it down and bark into it, huh?
Are you being amusing, McGee? Besides, I don't care if she doesn't stay inside all the time. I asked her to take the children out for a walk.
Take them for a walk?
Heavenly days, isn't that rather taking chances, Your Honor? What if she should suddenly start chasing a cat or something?
That's ridiculous. She wouldn't do any such stupid thing. Particularly if she's wearing high heels.
She is? Boy, I'd like to see that. How old is she?
Mind your manners, McGee.
Huh?
You don't even know her. However, I'd say she was about 24.
That's a pretty ripe old age. Does she like to be petted, Your Honor?
Well, I remember one evening we... For goodness sake, will you... Stop talking about her as if she was some kind of a dog.
What do you mean, some kind of a dog? She's an Irish sitter. The one we used to have always slept at the foot of my bed. Used to wake me up sticking her cold nose in my face.
Now, just a minute, McGee. I think
I only hope she doesn't give your sister children the fleas, Mr. Mayor.
Now, let's stop this. You are evidently talking about a dog.
What are you talking about?
A sitter.
Well, that's much better than a pointer. It's bad manners to point if the children ever
I
stop.
tell you, she is not a pointer. A sweeter. She's a young lady that barks with... She sings with my sister's feet. My sister's children with... I mean, she... You can't... She always... You were the one to... You... McGee.
Yes?
This Irish setter you had, how long was her tail?
Oh, about so long, Latrivia.
So long, McGee.
Hey, Mom.
Yes?
Did I see you slip Latrivia a note?
Yes, you did.
Well, what about? I don't like anybody...
I'll tell you when.
Miss McGee, I'm Officer Leslie, the mayor's driver. Where is he?
Where's who? The mayor? He just went
No,
out.
Brannigan.
What? Well, Sergeant Jeffries and I think he's hiding out in the house across
In the kitchen, officer.
Huh?
All right, Brannigan, come on out or I'm coming in.
What?
Hey, what the...
Oh, no, you don't. Drop that gun, you.
Oh, darn you. You shot a hole right in my sandwich.
Hey, cut that out, officer. That's Sergeant Jeffries.
No, dearie. That's Bullets Brannigan. Take him away, officer.
I'll do that, and many thanks for this.
Come on.
Oh, take it easy, boys.
Well, I'll be... You mean that guy was Brannigan all the time?
What did you think? Just part of the time?
Yeah, but how? I mean, why? Well, gee whiz. How'd you know he wasn't a real cop?
It was very simple.
Huh?
He passed the sideboard in the dining room half a dozen times and never even took an apple.
That's 8 apples left there. He walked by the lights to him and wasn't touching an apple. That's how she could tell he wasn't a cop.
Now that it's so often wet and muddy outdoors, how do you manage to keep your kitchen floor so nice and clean? Well, if you're still doing it the hard way, my suggestion is that you try using Johnson's Glow Coat. You'll find it will save you hours of work. You see, this most popular of all floor polishes forms a tough, protective wax film that keeps dirt away from the actual surface of the linoleum. You simply wipe this smooth, shining surface with a damp cloth. Right away, the mud and dirt and spilled things completely disappear. At the same time, Glow Coat's tough, invisible film protects linoleum from wear and tear so that it lasts far longer. And Glow Coat is easy to use. There's no rubbing or buffing. You just apply and let dry. Glow Coat shines as it dries, doesn't streak either. In only 20 minutes, your floor is clean and sparkling and all ready to use. Why not take a tip from millions of other women and get some Johnson's self-polishing glow coat this week?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to pay our respects to the late Marlon Hurt, who endeared himself to millions on this program as Beulah.
And who went on to make new friends as the star of his own program. We know you'll all miss the laughter that Marlon gave you.
And we who worked with him will all miss him as a friend, a gentleman, and a great performer. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Better be getting to bed, ain't you, Ma? You got a lot of harness mending to do tomorrow.
Oh, drat the harness, Lamb. Tuesday night's my listening night to the radio. Them horses can go round naked before I'll miss Amos and Andy and Bobby Hope and Red Skeleton and...
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Lee Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Band and Billy Mills Orchestra. From coast to coast, there's one job that's getting the play right now. I mean that easy job of cleaning and polishing a car with Johnson's Car New. If you haven't tried Car New yet, why not do it this week and be one of those car owners who is proud to drive down Main Street or Michigan Boulevard or Fifth Avenue. The truth is, it's so easy to clean and polish your car with Car New that you won't mind doing the job yourself. An hour, maybe a little more, is all you need, and the cost is little. But believe me, the results are something to write a song about. Perhaps you don't know that Car New does two jobs at once, both cleans and polishes with one application. This wax-fortified polish is a liquid which dries on application to a white powder. When you wipe off this powder, all its dirt and road grime and dullness vanish like magic. Car New gives a super wax-smooth finish that doesn't offer much of a foothold to dust and dirt, which you can wipe off occasionally with surprising ease. How about trying Johnson's Car New on your car this week? They say a successful inventor is a man with an idea and a good lawyer. Well, here's a man with an idea, so if there's a lawyer who'd like to spend his time between Washington, Wistful Vista, and frustration, let him contact Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, let me see. If I increase the tension on the spring, it ought to reject much quicker. Yeah. Oh, I had a little squirrel, and his name was Pat. Saw him in the park, and I caught him in my hat. Generous little critter, I'll tell you what he'd do. He'd bring acorns to me and nuts to you. Oh, I had a little goat, and... You know, Molly, this is the gadget that's going to pay off the mortgage on the old homestead. Mm-hmm. The minute the General Motors crowd gets a gander at this thing, we're going to spend the rest of our lives on the French Riviera.
You mean we're going to be run out of town?
I mean we're going to be rich millionaires, baby. I can just see young Henry Ford come up to me, put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Did you see my screwdriver anyplace?"
What would you be doing with Henry Ford's screwdriver?
I didn't mean his, I meant mine. Did you see it anyplace?
It's sticking out of your right rear pocket, sweetheart.
Huh?
Just make like Billy the Kid, go for your shooting iron, and you'll have it.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Now, let me see. If I suspend... Huh?
I don't like to be nosy, but considering that I'm vice president in charge of putting the house back together when you get through working, May I ask just what you think you're doing?
My gosh, kid, you mean I haven't told you?
In words of one syllable, no.
Oh, so sorry. It's a new kind of automobile ignition switch. Greatest thing I ever invented. We're going to be so high in the income tax brackets, we'll have to move to a smaller place. Can't afford this anymore.
I see.
You know why most automobiles get stolen?
Yes, by people leaving their car keys in the ignition.
Exactly. With the McGee Perfecto Rejecto ignition lock, you can't leave keys in your car. You turn off the ignition and the key jumps gently out of the lock into your hand.
Well, I don't... Why, McGee, that's wonderful.
Why, sure.
How does it work?
Look, now, I haven't got quite the right spring for it yet, but I can give you a rough idea. Now, watch. I turn the key to the right, like this.
Yes?
Now, the ignition is on, see?
Yes, Mr. Kettering.
Old Ket never had an idea as good as this one. Now, watch. I turn the ignition key off to the left, like this.
Heavenly days, that whizzed right past my ear.
Too strong a spring.
Certainly is. If you can figure a way to aim that thing, it'd make a marvelous duck gun.
If I could only get the right size spring for it, it'd be perfect. I took that one out of my electric razor because...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. And a very good day to you, large bucket.
Hi, Lancelot. Stolen any tonsils today? Or have your patients learned to keep their mouths shut when you show up?
All of them but you, double drip. So what are you doing with the ignition switch? Practicing lock-picking?
He's working on an invention, Doctor.
Whose?
Mine!
A likely story.
Now, just a darn minute, Aerosmith.
Tell the doctor all about it, McGee. In simple terms, so all three of us will understand it.
Okay. Maybe I better give you a little background first, Doc. No, on second thought, you don't need any more background. You got so much now, you have to send a friend back for your handkerchief.
Well, look who's talking. If all your bulges were muscles, minstrel boy, you'd be the strongest end man in history. Now, what is this world-shaking device which you have probably plagiarized from popular mechanics?
Well, it's an ignition lock for automobiles, Doctor. When you turn off the ignition, it throws the key at you. So instead of losing your car, you just lose an eye.
Well, what do you think, Doctor?
Now, let me get this straight, genius. You turn the key in the ignition.
Show him.
Yeah, look, Doc, I haven't got the right spring for it yet, but this'll give